What if the greatest civilization in human history is the one we've been taught never existed? What if, across the vast expanse that 16th century cartographers marked with careful precision from Mercator to Ortelius, there once flourished a realm so technologically transcendent, so architecturally impossible, that its very presence had to be methodically erased from our collective remembrance? If you find yourself drawn to these forbidden chapters of our forgotten heritage, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? I love seeing our community of seekers illuminate across the globe, each listening from their own sacred space in this mysterious world we're exploring together. Tonight we descend into the frequency of lost civilizations, where the impossible becomes inevitable, and where the most advanced realm humanity may have ever known waits patiently in the spaces between what we're permitted to know and what we remember in our deepest dreaming. There exists, in the hushed sanctuaries of the world's great libraries, a peculiar weight that settles upon those who dare to open the leather-bound atlases of centuries past. It is not merely the physical heaviness of vellum and gilt, but something far more profound, the gravitational pull of vanished worlds pressing against the fingertips of modern seekers. In these climate-controlled chambers, where ancient knowledge sleeps under glass and scholars speak in whispers, lies evidence of perhaps the most successful act of geographical amnesia in recorded history. Picture, if you will, the sensation of running your finger along the borders of a realm that once sprawled across the northern reaches of Asia, a territory so vast that it dwarfed the Roman Empire at its zenith, yet somehow managed to disappear not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the far more insidious method of cartographic erasure. The parchment beneath such exploration feels different here, thicker, more substantial, as if the very materials used to record these forgotten boundaries carried within them the weight of suppressed truth. These are not the smooth, confident lines of modern political boundaries, drawn with the clinical precision of surveying instruments and satellite imagery. These are the careful, reverent tracings of cartographers who believed they were documenting something real, something substantial, something that mattered enough to preserve in the most expensive and permanent medium available to their age. The ink has faded to sepia, but the intention remains crystalline. Here was a place important enough to map, vast enough to dominate the known world, and real enough that the finest geographic minds of multiple centuries deemed it worthy of their most meticulous attention. What emerges from this cartographic archaeology is a pattern so systematic, so methodical, that it defies the natural evolution of geographical knowledge. From approximately 1500 to 1800, the name Tartaria appears with startling consistency across the works of Europe's most respected cartographers, not as a vague, speculative territory marked with dragons and warnings of terra incognita, but as a clearly defined realm with borders, subdivisions, and the kind of detailed internal geography that suggests intimate familiarity. Gerardus Mercator, whose revolutionary projection system still shapes our understanding of global geography, marked Tartaria with the same confidence he accorded to France or the Holy Roman Empire. His 1569 world map, the Nova et Ucta Orbis Terrae Descriptio ad Usum Navigantium, shows Tartaria stretching across northern Asia with detailed internal divisions, Tartaria Magna, Tartaria Parva, specific regional designations that speak of administrative sophistication rather than cartographic guesswork. Abraham Ortelius, often credited as the creator of the first modern atlas, the Theatrum Orbis Terrarum of 1570, presents Tartaria not as a single entity, but as a complex confederation of related territories. His maps reveal a geographic understanding that extends far beyond the reach of European exploration, suggesting sources of information that conventional history struggles to explain. How did these 16th century cartographers acquire such detailed knowledge of regions that supposedly remained unexplored until centuries later? The French cartographer Nicolas Sanson, working in the mid-17th century, produced maps that show Tartaria with even greater specificity. His work reveals cities, rivers, mountain ranges, and political divisions within Tartarian territory that demonstrate an administrative complexity rivaling any contemporary European power. These are not the crude approximations of distant explorers, but the precise documentation of surveyors who had walked these lands, measured these distances, and understood these political structures from within. Guillaume de Lisle, whose early 18th century maps influenced geographical understanding across Europe, continued this tradition of detailed Tartarian cartography well into the 1700s. His maps show trade routes, population centres, and territorial boundaries that suggest a thriving, organised civilization maintaining diplomatic and commercial relations with the rest of the known world. The consistency of these representations across multiple independent cartographers, working in different countries and drawing from different sources, creates a cumulative weight of evidence that becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss as mere geographical speculation. Yet by 1850, this vast realm had vanished from maps as completely as if it had never existed. The mystery deepens when we consider the professional reputation and methodological rigour of the cartographers who documented Tartaria. These were not fanciful storytellers or amateur geographers. They were the leading scientific minds of their age, men whose careers depended upon accuracy and whose maps guided the most important commercial and political decisions of their time. The fact that they independently and consistently documented the same vast Tartarian realm suggests access to reliable sources of information that conventional history has either lost or chosen to forget. Mercator himself was a mathematician, philosopher, and instrument maker whose innovations in cartographic projection solved problems that had plagued navigators for centuries. His maps were trusted by the Spanish Crown, the Dutch East India Company, and other entities whose economic survival depended upon geographical accuracy. When such a man marks a territory with the same precision he applied to well-known European realms, we must ask, what sources informed his certainty? The technological sophistication visible in these early maps raises equally perplexing questions. The level of detail shown in Tartarian territories often exceeds what was available for contemporary European regions. Rivers are mapped with precision that suggests hydrographic surveys. Mountain ranges are depicted with topographical understanding that implies systematic exploration, and political boundaries are drawn with a clarity that comes from administrative documentation rather than speculative geography. Consider the implications. If these cartographers were merely copying each other's errors, we would expect to see the gradual corruption and simplification that characterizes the transmission of false information. Instead, we observe the opposite increasing detail and accuracy across successive generations of mapmakers, each building upon the work of his predecessors with additional information that deepens rather than contradicts the overall picture. The linguistic consistency is equally remarkable. Across different languages, different cartographic traditions, and different political contexts, the same names appear for Tartarian regions and cities. This suggests not the propagation of geographical myths, but the documentation of real places known by standardized names across multiple cultures and trading networks. The etymological investigation of Tartaria reveals layers of linguistic complexity that challenge conventional explanations of the term's origin. While mainstream academic sources typically derive the name from Tatar, linking it to the Mongol peoples who swept across Asia in the 13th century, this explanation fails to account for the sophisticated administrative and technological implications suggested by contemporary cartographic evidence. The classical derivation traces Tartarus to Greek mythology, the abyss beneath Hades, a place of punishment and concealment. Medieval European writers, encountering reports of vast Asian empires, may have applied this term as a way of categorizing territories that existed beyond the boundaries of Christian geographical understanding. Yet this explanation becomes problematic when we consider that the most detailed Tartarian maps were produced during the height of European exploration and trade expansion, periods when direct contact with Asian territories was not only possible but economically essential. More intriguing are the linguistic variants that appear in different cartographic traditions. Russian sources often use terms that translate closer to the Great Eastern Realm, or the land beyond the mountains, suggesting geographic rather than ethnic classification. Chinese historical texts reference northwestern territories using characters that emphasize administrative sophistication and technological advancement rather than tribal organization. Persian and Arabic geographical works describe northern territories using terminology that suggests established diplomatic relations and regular commercial exchange. These sources speak of Tartarian realms as trading partners and political entities rather than nomadic peoples, indicating a level of institutional sophistication that contradicts the barbarian horde narrative promoted by later historical interpretations. The evolution of the term itself tells a story of gradual transformation. Early maps used Tartaria as a geographic designation, a place name rather than an ethnic identifier. Later sources increasingly emphasize the ethnic component, gradually shifting the meaning from the place called Tartaria to the place where Tartars live. This linguistic drift may represent not natural language evolution but deliberate reframing, a subtle method of transforming geographic entities into ethnic categories that could then be dismissed as primitive or uncivilized. The disappearance of Tartaria from cartographic representation occurred with a systematic precision that defies natural explanation. This was not the gradual fading that typically accompanies the correction of geographical errors, nor the slow refinement that characterizes improved exploration and survey techniques. Instead, we observe a coordinated transformation of geographic understanding that occurred across multiple nations, multiple cartographic traditions, and multiple institutional contexts within the span of a single generation. The timeline of erasure correlates remarkably with the period of greatest European institutional consolidation. The early 1800s witnessed the establishment of national geographic societies, the standardization of cartographic conventions, and the creation of official academic protocols for validating geographical information. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, this same period saw the systematic removal of Tartarian references from newly produced maps, educational materials, and official geographic documentation. British cartographers, whose work increasingly dominated global geographic understanding through the influence of the Royal Geographic Society, began producing maps that showed the territories formerly labelled as Tartaria divided among the Russian Empire, Chinese territories, and various Central Asian political entities. The French, whose cartographic traditions had long included detailed Tartarian documentation, similarly shifted toward maps that emphasized European colonial interests and de-emphasized non-European political entities. German cartographers, inheriting the tradition of Mercator and other Tartaria documenting predecessors, gradually replaced comprehensive Tartarian territories with ethnic and linguistic classifications that emphasized tribal rather than civilizational organization. This transformation was not limited to professional cartography educational atlases. Commercial maps and popular geographic materials all participated in the systematic substitution of civilizational categories with ethnic ones. The speed of this transformation suggests coordination rather than independent evolution. Within the space of 2 generations, a geographic entity that had appeared consistently on European maps for 3 centuries vanished so completely that by 1870, educated people could examine 16th century atlases and dismiss the Tartarian references as historical curiosities, primitive errors, corrected by the march of scientific progress. What if the disappearance of Tartaria represents not the correction of cartographic error, but the successful implementation of the most comprehensive act of historical revision ever attempted? What if the systematic removal of Tartarian references from maps, educational materials, and official geographic documentation represents a deliberate effort to conceal evidence of a technological and administrative sophistication that contradicted emerging narratives of European civilizational supremacy? Consider the implications if Tartaria represented not a collection of nomadic tribes, but a technologically advanced civilization whose achievements rivaled or exceeded those of contemporary European powers. Such a reality would have posed fundamental challenges to the colonial narratives that were becoming essential to European economic and political expansion during the 18th and 19th centuries. The justification for colonial domination often rested upon claims of civilizational superiority. The burden of bringing advancement to primitive peoples, the existence of independently advanced non-European civilizations would have undermined these justifications at their foundation. What if the cartographic evidence represents accurate documentation of a realm whose technological achievements were so remarkable that acknowledgement of their existence would have required fundamental revision of European understanding of human civilizational development? The systematic nature of Tartarian erasure suggests the kind of coordinated effort that becomes possible only when powerful institutional interests align around a common objective. The timing of erasure coincides perfectly with the period when European colonial expansion required ideological justification. The transformation of Tartaria from advanced civilization to primitive tribes serves the narrative needs of powers seeking to legitimize territorial acquisition and cultural domination. By reframing technologically sophisticated territories as backward regions in need of European guidance, the cartographic revision provided intellectual cover for political and economic exploitation. What if the correction of geographical understanding represents not scientific progress, but the triumph of political necessity over historical truth? What if generations of cartographers documented something real, something remarkable, something that had to be forgotten in order to facilitate the kind of global reorganization that characterized the 19th century? Here, in this space between revelation and reflection, we pause to consider the deeper implications of what we have discovered. If maps are the frozen memories of civilizations, what does it mean when entire realms vanish not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the simple act of forgetting? What does it tell us about the nature of knowledge, the politics of memory, and the fragility of truth in the face of institutional power? The contemplation of erased geographies leads us into profound questions about the relationship between official knowledge and hidden reality. In the quiet hours when we trace our fingers along the borders of vanished worlds, we confront the possibility that history is far more malleable than we have been taught to believe, that the past can be rewritten not just in books, but in the very maps that define our understanding of physical reality. Perhaps the true mystery of Tartaria lies not in what it was, but in what its erasure reveals about the nature of collective memory and the power of institutional forgetting. In the space between what was once mapped and what is now remembered, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of questions that extend far beyond geography, into the deepest mysteries of how civilizations construct and maintain their understanding of truth. The weight of ancient atlases carries within it not just the memory of vanished borders, but the recognition that the boundaries of the possible are far more fluid than we have been permitted to imagine. From the weight of ancient atlases, we step into the physical manifestation of forgotten cartographies, the cities themselves, standing like stone testimonies to the mysteries hidden within those vanished borders. There is a peculiar sensation that overtakes the sensitive observer when walking through certain urban landscapes, a subtle discord between what the eyes perceive and what the mind has been trained to accept. It whispers in the proportions of buildings that seem too grand for their supposed origins, murmurs in the acoustic perfection of spaces that should not possess such sophisticated understanding of sound, and resonates in the structural mathematics of edifices whose complexity exceeds the technological capabilities attributed to their alleged builders. Picture yourself moving through the heart of St. Petersburg on a white night, when the ethereal luminescence reveals architectural details that daylight somehow obscures. The neoclassical facades stretch before you with a uniformity and precision that speaks of coordinated planning on a scale that defies the chaotic organic growth typical of urban development. Yet official histories tell us these magnificent structures rose from swampland in mere decades, built by a civilization that supposedly learned masonry and urban planning from European tutors who themselves had never conceived projects of such breathtaking scope and systematic perfection. The sensation deepens as you trace the mathematical relationships embedded in these architectural compositions, the golden ratios that appear with suspicious frequency, the acoustic properties that suggest understanding of harmonic resonance far exceeding what 18th century architectural theory should have encompassed. The structural engineering solutions that anticipate problems their supposed builders should not have encountered. Walking through such spaces feels like moving through the fossilized thoughts of minds that understood principles we're only beginning to rediscover. This architectural uncanny manifests not in individual buildings, but in the systematic sophistication of entire urban landscapes that appeared with startling suddenness across vast geographic regions during the 18th and early 19th centuries. From the geometric precision of Washington, D.C., to the Baroque complexity of Prague's lesser-known districts, from the mysterious uniformity of certain Siberian cities to the inexplicable grandeur of administrative centres throughout what maps once labelled as Tartarian territories, we encounter architectural evidence that suggests a level of civilizational coordination that conventional histories struggle to explain. The feeling intensifies when architectural details reveal technological understanding that seems anachronistic for their supposed period of construction. Heating systems that distribute warmth with mechanical efficiency, acoustic properties that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of sound propagation, structural solutions that anticipate earthquake resistance and extreme weather conditions, all implemented with a systematic comprehensiveness that suggests not experimental innovation, but inherited knowledge applied with confident expertise. Perhaps nowhere does the mystery of architectural impossibility manifest more clearly than in the phenomenon of star fortifications, those distinctive geometric defense structures whose precise angles and mathematical relationships appear, with startling consistency across continents, that supposedly had no direct contact during their construction periods. These are not the crude approximations that would result from independent invention or cultural diffusion, but identical solutions to complex engineering problems, implemented with a standardization that suggests common origin, common planning, or common inherited knowledge. The star fort appears first in what conventional military history attributes to 16th century Italian innovation, specifically the work of engineers responding to the challenge posed by gunpowder weapons to traditional castle fortifications. Yet this explanation crumbles when confronted with the global distribution of these structures, their appearance in locations where European military engineers supposedly never travelled, and their implementation with a level of mathematical precision that exceeds what individual innovation should have achieved. From the fortress of Louisbourg in Nova Scotia to the citadel of Lille in France, from the fortifications of Palmanova in Italy to the star forts scattered across the North American frontier, we encounter not variations on a theme, but repetitions of identical geometric solutions. The angles remain constant, precisely calculated projections that provide optimal fields of fire while minimizing structural vulnerability. The proportional relationships repeat with mathematical exactness ratios that speak of systematic planning rather than local adaptation. The mystery deepens when we consider star fortifications in locations where European military presence was supposedly minimal or non-existent during their construction periods. The geometric perfection of star forts throughout Siberia, across the vast territories once labelled as Tartarian on historical maps, suggest either an impossibly rapid transmission of highly specialized military engineering knowledge, or the presence of an already established architectural tradition that understood these complex defensive principles. What emerges from careful examination of star fort distribution is a pattern that defies conventional explanations of technological diffusion. These structures appear simultaneously across vast distances, implemented with identical precision, suggesting not the gradual spread of innovation, but the coordinated implementation of established knowledge. The standardization extends beyond basic geometric principles to include specific details of construction technique, material selection, and integration with surrounding infrastructure. The mathematical sophistication embedded in star fort design reveals understanding of ballistic principles, structural engineering, and geometric relationships that supposedly developed gradually through European military evolution. Yet the global consistency of implementation suggests access to comprehensive knowledge that was applied systematically rather than developed experimentally. The precision of angles, the optimization of sight lines, the integration of multiple defensive layers, all speak of inherited expertise rather than innovative discovery. The temporal impossibility of architectural achievement becomes most apparent when we examine construction timelines that defy the technological and logistical capabilities attributed to their builders. Across the territories once mapped as Tartarian, we encounter urban landscapes that supposedly rose from wilderness to completed sophistication within timeframes that challenge every understanding of pre-industrial construction capacity. Consider the official timeline for St. Petersburg's construction. Founded in 1703, the city achieved architectural magnificence that rivaled centuries-old European capitals within a single generation. The Winter Palace alone represents a construction project whose scope and complexity should have required decades using 18th century building techniques. Yet official histories compress its realization into impossibly brief periods. The coordination of materials, the precision of execution, the systematic planning visible in every district all suggest either technological capabilities far exceeding what conventional history attributes to early 18th century Russia, or the restoration and completion of pre-existing infrastructure rather than entirely new construction. The pattern repeats across North American urban centers established during the colonial period. Cities like Washington, D.C. achieved architectural grandeur and infrastructural sophistication that should have been impossible given the supposed starting conditions and available resources. The speed with which these urban centers acquired not just buildings, but comprehensive systems of water distribution, as waste management and transportation infrastructure suggests either access to advanced construction techniques or the integration of existing systems into new administrative frameworks. Photographic evidence from the mid-19th century reveals construction projects whose scale and complexity exceed what conventional understanding of period technology should have enabled. The precision of stonework, the sophistication of engineering solutions, the coordination of multiple construction phases, all point to capabilities that seem anachronistic for their supposed time periods. Buildings appear to have been completed not through gradual construction, but through rapid assembly of prefabricated components created with industrial precision that supposedly did not exist. The logistics of material transport present equally impossible challenges. The movement of massive stone blocks, the coordination of specialized craftsmen, the systematic planning visible in completed projects all require organizational capabilities and transportation infrastructure that conventional histories place decades or centuries later in development. Yet the physical evidence stands before us, completed with precision that suggests not only advanced technological capability, but also the kind of systematic planning that comes from inherited knowledge rather than experimental innovation. Throughout territories once marked as Tartarian on historical maps, we encounter architectural phenomena that conventional cultural evolution cannot adequately explain. Buildings whose sophisticated design principles and construction techniques appear suddenly, without the gradual development typically associated with indigenous architectural traditions. These orphaned buildings stand like foundlings in the historical record, possessing technological and aesthetic sophistication that exceeds what their supposed cultural context should have produced. The phenomenon manifests most clearly in administrative and religious structures that display architectural knowledge appearing to transcend the gradual learning curves typical of cultural development. We see this in the Baroque complexity of Orthodox churches throughout Siberia. Structures whose mathematical proportions and acoustic properties suggest understanding of harmonic principles that supposedly developed through centuries of European monastic tradition, yet appear fully formed in regions where such traditions supposedly never existed. The same pattern emerges in civic architecture throughout North American colonial settlements. Courthouses, municipal buildings, and educational institutions display architectural sophistication that seems incongruous with frontier communities supposedly struggling with basic survival needs. The precision of proportional relationships, the integration of advanced engineering solutions, the systematic application of classical architectural principles all suggest access to comprehensive architectural knowledge rather than the experimental adaptation typical of colonial construction. What makes these orphan buildings particularly mysterious is not simply their individual sophistication, but their systematic distribution across vast geographic regions. The architectural knowledge they embody appears simultaneously in locations separated by thousands of miles, implemented with a consistency that defies explanations based on gradual cultural transmission or independent invention. The standardization of proportional systems, the repetition of complex engineering solutions, the systematic application of advanced construction techniques all point to coordinated implementation of established knowledge rather than local architectural innovation. The technological solutions embedded in these orphan buildings often anticipate problems their supposed builders should not have encountered. Earthquake-resistant construction techniques in regions where seismic activity was supposedly unknown, climate adaptation strategies that suggest comprehensive understanding of local weather patterns, integration of mechanical systems that exceed what period technology should have achieved, all implemented with systematic expertise that speaks of inherited knowledge rather than experimental discovery. Perhaps the most physically tangible evidence of architectural impossibility lies in the global phenomenon of buried ground floors, structures whose original entrances, window systems and proportional relationships have been obscured by layers of accumulated material that conventional geological processes cannot adequately explain. This is not the gradual burial that occurs over millennia, but the systematic submersion of architectural elements that suggests rapid environmental change or deliberate concealment of original building heights and purposes. The evidence presents itself most clearly in urban centres throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian, where basement windows now function at ground level, where architectural proportions suggest missing stories, and where excavation reveals sophisticated infrastructure buried beneath what should be natural soil accumulation. The pattern repeats with suspicious consistency. First floors that have become basements, grand entrances that now require descent to access, architectural elements that make sense only when understood as components of larger structures whose full height has been concealed. Photographic documentation from the late 19th century reveals excavation projects of enormous scope throughout urban centres across North America and Europe. These are not archaeological expeditions seeking buried treasures, but systematic excavation of existing urban infrastructure, the removal of accumulated material from around buildings whose full architectural significance had been concealed by burial. The scale of these projects suggests not routine urban maintenance, but the deliberate recovery of pre-existing infrastructure that had been systematically obscured. The uniformity of burial depth across geographically separated locations defies conventional explanations based on natural sedimentation or gradual environmental change. The consistency with which architectural elements appear at specific depths, the preservation of sophisticated infrastructure systems beneath layers of accumulated material, the systematic nature of what appears to be coordinated excavation projects, all suggest environmental change or deliberate burial on a scale that conventional historical models struggle to accommodate. The architectural sophistication revealed through excavation often exceeds what the visible portions of buildings would suggest. Subsurface infrastructure systems demonstrate understanding of drainage, heating, and transportation that surpasses what period technology should have achieved. The precision of engineering solutions, the integration of multiple infrastructure systems, the systematic planning visible in buried architectural elements, all point to comprehensive urban planning capabilities that seem anachronistic for their supposed construction periods. The systematic analysis of heating, acoustic, and structural systems in buildings throughout territories, once mapped as Tartarian, reveals engineering sophistication that challenges conventional understanding of technological development during supposed construction periods. These are not primitive solutions gradually refined through trial and error, but comprehensive systems that demonstrate mastery of complex physical principles implemented with industrial precision. The heating systems discovered in 18th and 19th century structures throughout Siberian cities demonstrate understanding of thermal dynamics, air circulation, and mechanical engineering that supposedly developed much later in technological evolution. Radiant heating systems that distribute warmth with optimal efficiency. Ventilation networks that maintain air quality through sophisticated understanding of pressure differentials. Integration of heating systems with structural elements that suggest comprehensive architectural planning from initial design phases, all implemented with systematic expertise that seems anachronistic for their supposed time periods. Acoustic properties in religious and civic structures reveal understanding of harmonic resonance, sound propagation, and architectural acoustics that exceeds what conventional architectural theory should have encompassed during supposed construction periods. Churches throughout territories once marked as Tartarian demonstrate acoustic perfection that rival structures built by civilizations with centuries of architectural experience, yet appear fully formed without the gradual refinement typical of acoustic development. Structural engineering solutions anticipate challenges that their supposed builders should not have encountered. Earthquake resistance techniques implemented in regions where seismic activity was supposedly unknown. Foundation systems that account for soil conditions requiring advanced geological understanding. Structural solutions that integrate multiple engineering challenges with comprehensive planning that suggests inherited expertise rather than experimental innovation. The systematic application of advanced engineering principles across vast geographic regions indicates not independent innovation, but coordinated implementation of established knowledge. The standardization of heating systems, the repetition of acoustic solutions, the systematic application of structural techniques all point to comprehensive engineering knowledge that was applied systematically rather than developed experimentally. The global consistency of architectural solutions across territories that supposedly had minimal contact during their construction periods reveals patterns that challenge conventional understanding of cultural diffusion and independent technological development. We encounter not variations on architectural themes, but repetitions of identical solutions to complex engineering and aesthetic challenges, implemented with precision that suggests common origin, common planning, or common inherited knowledge. The neoclassical principles visible in North American civic architecture mirror not just European models, but specific proportional relationships and engineering solutions found throughout Siberian administrative centers. This is not the gradual adaptation typical of cultural transmission, but systematic replication of comprehensive architectural knowledge implemented simultaneously across vast distances. Religious architecture presents even more startling parallels. Orthodox churches throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian display not just similar stylistic elements, but identical acoustic properties, structural solutions, and proportional relationships that suggest common architectural knowledge rather than independent cultural development. The precision of mathematical relationships, the systematic application of harmonic principles, the integration of advanced engineering solutions, all appear with consistency that defies explanations based on gradual cultural diffusion. The standardization extends to urban planning principles that appear simultaneously across continents, grid systems that optimize transportation and infrastructure, public spaces that demonstrate understanding of crowd dynamics and civic organization, integration of municipal services that suggest comprehensive urban planning knowledge, all implemented with systematic precision that points to coordinated application of established planning principles. In the contemplation of these architectural impossibilities, we are led to profound questions about the nature of civilizational advancement and the criteria by which we measure technological sophistication. What if our understanding of progress linear, gradual, building upon previous achievements through documented cultural evolution represents not universal truth, but the projection of recent historical experience onto patterns that may be far more complex, cyclical, and mysterious than conventional academic models acknowledge? The systematic distribution of advanced architectural knowledge across territories once mapped as Tartarian suggests civilizational capabilities that operate according to principles we have not yet learned to recognize. Perhaps true advancement lies not in the gradual accumulation of technological knowledge, but in the systematic application of comprehensive understanding that transcends the limitations of gradual cultural development? What if the architectural impossibilities we encounter represent not anomalies to be explained away, but evidence of civilizational patterns that our current historical models are inadequate to comprehend? In the space between what we see and what we have been taught to expect, we discover questions that extend far beyond architecture into the deepest mysteries of human potential and the hidden patterns of civilizational rise and remembrance. From the contemplation of architectural impossibilities, we are drawn into an even more profound mystery, the recognition that these structures may not represent gradual civilizational development, but rather the remnants and restoration of something far more comprehensive that underwent systematic transformation during the most pivotal century in recorded human history. The 19th century presents itself not as a period of unprecedented innovation, but as an era of systematic reorganization, where existing infrastructure was reinterpreted, existing populations were recategorized, and existing knowledge systems were methodically replaced with new frameworks that served emerging institutional needs. Consider the temporal impossibility that emerges when we examine the totality of 19th century transformation. Within the span of a single 100-year period, humanity supposedly progressed from largely agrarian societies to industrial civilizations capable of transcontinental railway construction, urban planning on unprecedented scales, and technological innovations that revolutionized every aspect of human existence. Yet this explanation requires us to accept that civilizational advancement, which had supposedly occurred gradually over millennia, suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds precisely during the period when institutional control over information, education, and historical documentation became systematically centralized. The 1800s witnessed not just technological advancement, but systematic reorganization of human societies according to new taxonomies of knowledge, new systems of classification, new methods of administrative control that replaced older forms of social organization with startling completeness. The speed of this transformation suggests not organic evolution, but coordinated implementation of comprehensive plans that required existing infrastructure, existing populations, and existing knowledge systems as their foundation. What if the architectural impossibilities we have examined represent not the achievements of 19th century builders, but the restoration and reactivation of pre-existing infrastructure by populations who inherited rather than invented the technological capabilities they displayed? What if the age of progress represents not human advancement, but human recovery from a civilizational disruption whose scope and nature have been systematically concealed within the very narrative of progress itself? The systematic nature of 19th century transformation extends beyond technology into every domain of human experience. Legal systems were standardized, educational curricula were centralized, historical narratives were consolidated, geographical knowledge was officially validated, all according to new authorities whose legitimacy rested upon their claimed expertise in domains that supposedly had never been systematically organized before their intervention. The demographic patterns of the 19th century present statistical impossibilities that conventional population models cannot adequately explain, sudden urban concentrations that exceed what natural population growth should have produced, workforce capabilities that appear without the generational development typical of skilled labor transmission, cultural sophistications that emerge without the gradual cultivation periods usually required for complex social institutions. Official census records throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian reveal population distributions that defy conventional migration patterns. Urban centres appear with demographic densities that should have required centuries of gradual settlement, yet official histories compress this population accumulation into impossibly brief periods. The skilled artisan classes necessary for the architectural achievements we have examined appear in census records without documentation of the apprenticeship systems and generational knowledge transmission that such expertise traditionally requires. More puzzling are the systematic gaps in genealogical records during crucial transition periods of the early 1800s. Families whose lineages are well documented before and after this period show curious interruptions in record keeping, demographic discontinuities that suggest either massive population displacement or systematic reorganization of identity documentation. The patterns repeat across geographically separated regions, indicating not local disruptions but coordinated administrative transformation. The linguistic capabilities revealed in 19th century populations present equally anomalous patterns. Complex technical vocabularies appear without documentation of educational institutions that should have transmitted such specialized knowledge. Administrative sophistication emerges without evidence of the institutional development typically required for bureaucratic expertise. Cultural refinements manifest without the gradual social evolution usually necessary for their cultivation. What emerges from demographic analysis is a pattern suggesting not gradual population growth and cultural development, but systematic reorganization of existing populations according to new administrative categories. The speed with which complex urban societies appeared, the sophistication of social institutions that emerged without documented development periods, the technical expertise that manifested without traceable educational systems, all point to populations who possessed capabilities that were reframed rather than developed during the 19th century transformation. Census records often show adult populations with skills and knowledge that exceed what their documented educational opportunities should have provided, literacy rates that appear too high for available educational infrastructure, technical competencies that exceed documented training programs, cultural sophistications that suggest longer development periods than official timelines allow. Perhaps nowhere does the mystery of 19th century transformation manifest more clearly than in the systematic absence of detailed construction documentation for the most impressive architectural achievements of the period. These are not minor record-keeping oversights, but comprehensive gaps in institutional memory that affect the very projects whose scale and complexity should have generated the most extensive documentation. The construction records for major urban infrastructure projects throughout the 1800s often present impossibly brief documentation periods that cannot account for the sophisticated planning, material coordination, and technical execution visible in completed projects. Where records do exist, they frequently describe restoration, completion, or modification of existing infrastructure rather than entirely new construction, suggesting that much of what we attribute to 19th century innovation involved the reactivation of pre-existing systems. Financial records present equally puzzling anomalies. Construction projects whose scope should have required unprecedented capital mobilization show funding sources that cannot be traced to conventional economic institutions. Material acquisition for massive infrastructure projects lacks documentation of the supply chains, transportation systems, and coordination mechanisms that such endeavors should have required. Labor organization for complex construction shows workforce capabilities that exceed what documented training programs and population demographics should have supported. The institutional apparatus required for comprehensive urban planning, surveying departments, engineering bureaus, administrative coordination systems appears suddenly in official records without documentation of their development periods. These complex bureaucratic institutions manifest with capabilities that suggest much longer organizational evolution than their official establishment dates indicate. What if the absence of comprehensive construction records reflects not poor record keeping, but the systematic concealment of the true nature of 19th century construction projects? What if these massive undertakings involved not building from nothing, but excavating, restoring, and reactivating infrastructure systems that had been systematically buried, abandoned, or deliberately concealed during preceding disruption periods? The pattern of missing records correlates suspiciously with projects that demonstrate the highest levels of technological sophistication and systematic planning. The more impressive the achievement, the less documentation exists of its development process, suggesting that record-keeping gaps may represent deliberate concealment rather than institutional oversight. The temporal compression of Victorian-era urban development presents logistical impossibilities that challenge every conventional understanding of construction capabilities, resource management, and technological diffusion during the 19th century. Urban landscapes that should have required generations of gradual development achieved comprehensive sophistication within decades, implementing integrated infrastructure systems whose complexity exceeds what sequential construction should have accomplished. Consider the systematic coordination required for simultaneous development of water distribution systems, waste management infrastructure, transportation networks, and communication systems across multiple urban centres. The precision of integration between these different infrastructure layers suggests not gradual urban evolution, but comprehensive planning implemented according to pre-existing specifications. The standardization of engineering solutions across geographically separated cities indicates access to systematic knowledge rather than independent innovation. The railway construction projects of the mid-19th century present particularly striking temporal impossibilities. Transcontinental railway systems appeared with surveying precision that should have required years of geographical reconnaissance, engineering solutions that should have needed extensive experimental development, and construction coordination that should have demanded organizational capabilities exceeding what contemporary institutions possessed. Yet these massive infrastructure projects were completed with systematic efficiency that suggests access to comprehensive geographical knowledge and proven engineering techniques. Urban planning achievements throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian show integration of municipal services that conventional urban development timelines cannot accommodate. Sewerage systems that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering, street lighting systems that require coordinated electrical infrastructure, public transportation networks that depend upon comprehensive traffic analysis, all implemented simultaneously rather than gradually, suggesting systematic application of established urban planning knowledge. The architectural uniformity visible in rapid urban development indicates not independent local innovation, but coordinated implementation of standardized building techniques and aesthetic principles. The mathematical precision of proportional relationships, the systematic application of engineering solutions, the standardization of construction materials and methods, all point to comprehensive architectural knowledge applied systematically rather than developed experimentally. The systematic transformation of cultural institutions during the 19th century exhibits patterns of change that exceed what gradual social evolution should have produced. Comprehensive replacement of educational systems, wholesale reorganization of legal frameworks, systematic standardization of administrative procedures that suggest coordinated implementation of new institutional models rather than organic cultural development. Traditional knowledge systems that had supposedly existed for centuries vanished with startling completeness during narrow time windows in the early 1800s. Craft guilds with complex apprenticeship systems were replaced by industrial production methods that required entirely different skill sets. Agricultural practices that supposedly represented generations of accumulated wisdom were abandoned in favor of systematic farming techniques that implied comprehensive understanding of soil science and crop rotation principles. Educational institutions underwent total reorganization that replaced older learning systems with standardized curricula implemented simultaneously across vast geographic regions. The speed of educational transformation suggests not gradual institutional evolution, but systematic replacement of existing knowledge transmission systems with new frameworks that served emerging administrative needs. Legal systems experienced wholesale reorganization that replaced local jurisprudence traditions with standardized legal codes that required comprehensive understanding of administrative law principles. The systematic nature of legal transformation indicates not gradual judicial evolution, but coordinated implementation of comprehensive legal frameworks that suggested access to established jurisprudence knowledge. Religious institutions adapted new organizational models that standardized doctrinal interpretation and administrative procedures across previously autonomous communities. The speed of religious reorganization suggests not theological evolution, but systematic coordination of institutional transformation according to new administrative requirements. What if these rapid cultural transformations represent not social progress, but systematic reorganization of populations according to new administrative categories that served emerging institutional control systems? What if the disappearance of traditional knowledge systems reflects not obsolescence, but deliberate replacement with frameworks that limited access to capabilities that pre-existing populations had possessed? What if the 19th century transformation represents not unique historical circumstances, but the most recent iteration of recurring patterns that have characterized human civilizational development throughout recorded history? What if systematic reorganization of populations, infrastructure, and knowledge systems occurs according to cyclical patterns that are concealed within the very historical narratives used to explain civilizational continuity? Ancient texts across multiple cultural traditions describe recurring periods of comprehensive transformation when existing social orders undergo systematic reorganization. These accounts share striking similarities in their descriptions of rapid technological change, population reorganization, and institutional transformation that parallel the patterns visible in 19th century development. The consistency of these descriptions across culturally separated traditions suggests not mythological speculation, but preserved memory of recurring historical processes. Archaeological evidence reveals discontinuities in material culture that suggest systematic replacement of technological systems, architectural traditions, and social organization methods. These discontinuities occur with temporal regularity that indicates not random catastrophic events, but cyclical transformation processes that affect comprehensive aspects of civilizational organization. The pattern of institutional memory gaps that characterizes 19th century transformation appears throughout recorded history during periods of systematic social reorganization. Official historical narratives consistently present these transformation periods as organic evolutionary processes, yet the speed and comprehensiveness of change suggest coordinated implementation of pre-existing transformation protocols. What if human civilizational development operates according to cyclical patterns that require periodic reorganization of populations, infrastructure, and knowledge systems according to emerging administrative requirements? What if the populations who participate in these transformation periods possess inherited knowledge of reorganization processes that enable systematic implementation of comprehensive changes within impossibly brief timeframes? The systematic examination of ancient textual traditions reveals consistent descriptions of civilizational patterns that operate according to cyclical principles rather than linear progression accounts, that describe recurring periods of comprehensive transformation when existing social orders undergo systematic reorganization according to predetermined patterns that transcend the experience of individual generations. Hindu cosmological texts describe recurring cycles of civilizational development that encompass periods of gradual advancement followed by systematic transformation phases when existing social orders are reorganized according to new administrative principles. These descriptions include specific timeframes for cyclical patterns that correlate remarkably with archaeological evidence of discontinuities in material culture and institutional organization. Greek philosophical traditions preserved accounts of recurring ages that operate according to cyclical principles, describing periods of comprehensive social transformation when existing technological systems, administrative institutions, and knowledge transmission methods undergo systematic reorganization. These accounts emphasize the cyclical nature of civilizational patterns rather than linear progression models. Germanic and Celtic oral traditions contain detailed accounts of recurring transformation periods when existing social orders undergo comprehensive reorganization. These traditions describe specific signs that indicate approaching transformation phases and preserved knowledge of organizational principles that enable systematic implementation of new administrative frameworks. Indigenous American traditions across multiple cultural groups describe recurring transformation periods that affect comprehensive aspects of social organization. These accounts share striking similarities in their descriptions of signs that indicate approaching transformation phases and organizational principles that enable systematic adaptation to new administrative requirements. The consistency of cyclical descriptions across culturally separated traditions suggests not independent mythological speculation, but preserved institutional memory of recurring historical processes that affect comprehensive aspects of civilizational organization. The specific details of transformation processes described in these texts correlate remarkably with patterns visible in documented historical transformation periods. Here, in the space between revelation and integration, we pause to contemplate the profound implications of recognizing that history may not flow in the linear progression we have been taught to expect, but according to cyclical patterns that require periodic reorganization of everything we understand about civilizational continuity. What does it mean to discover that recorded history may represent not objective documentation of gradual human development, but carefully curated narratives designed to conceal the recurring nature of systematic transformation? In the quiet hours when we trace the patterns of missing records, demographic impossibilities, and institutional memory gaps, we confront the possibility that memory itself is far more fragile and manipulable than we have been permitted to recognize. The systematic nature of 19th century transformations suggests that comprehensive reorganization of human societies may represent not exceptional historical circumstances, but recurring processes that operate according to principles we have been trained not to recognize. Perhaps the true mystery lies not in understanding what happened during the Great Transformation of the 1800s, but in recognizing that we ourselves may be participants in ongoing cyclical processes that transcend individual awareness. In the contemplation of reset patterns and recurring civilizational cycles, we discover questions that extend far beyond historical analysis into the deepest mysteries of time, consciousness, and the hidden patterns that govern human collective experience. The fragility of recorded history reveals itself not as institutional failure, but as evidence that truth exists in layers of reality that require different forms of awareness to perceive and understand. From the contemplation of cyclical transformations and the fragility of recorded memory, we are drawn into the most tangible manifestation of inherited knowledge, the technologies themselves, standing like silent sentinels that speak of capabilities far exceeding what their supposed invention periods should have produced. There exists, in certain spaces where ancient knowledge intersects with modern awareness, a peculiar quality of energy that seems to operate according to principles we have forgotten how to recognize, principles that manifest in technologies whose sophistication appears suddenly in historical records without the gradual development typical of human innovation. Picture yourself standing within the great cathedral spaces of the 19th century, where light filters through crystalline windows with an intensity that seems to exceed what natural illumination should provide, where acoustic properties create resonance that suggests understanding of harmonic principles far beyond what architectural theory of the period encompassed, where the very air carries an electrical charge that speaks of energy systems operating according to principles we are only beginning to rediscover. These are not spaces designed according to primitive understanding gradually refined through trial and error, but environments that demonstrate mastery of energy manipulation, atmospheric control, and electromagnetic resonance that seems impossible for their supposed construction periods. The sensation deepens when we examine the systematic integration of energy technologies throughout urban environments that appeared during the Great Transformation periods. Street lighting systems that operated with precision suggesting comprehensive understanding of electrical generation and distribution, heating systems that managed thermal energy with efficiency exceeding modern capabilities, communication networks that transmitted information across vast distances using technologies whose underlying principles remain partially mysterious even today. What emerges from careful observation is recognition that we are not examining primitive technologies gradually improved through experimental innovation, but sophisticated systems whose complexity suggests inheritance from civilizational knowledge that had already mastered these principles through previous development cycles. The systematic nature of technological implementation, the precision of engineering solutions, the coordination of multiple energy systems across vast geographic regions all point to comprehensive technological knowledge that was applied systematically rather than developed experimentally. The quality of light itself seems different in spaces designed according to these inherited principles, more luminous, more penetrating, carrying within it frequencies that affect consciousness in ways that purely artificial illumination cannot achieve. The electromagnetic properties of certain architectural spaces suggest intentional design for energy amplification, atmospheric conditioning, and resonance enhancement that transcends mere functional considerations to encompass understanding of how environmental energy affects human awareness and capability. The systematic analysis of architectural elements throughout territories, once mapped as Tartarian, reveals engineering solutions that suggest comprehensive understanding of atmospheric electrical phenomena and their practical applications for energy generation and distribution. These are not the primitive experiments of early electrical pioneers, but sophisticated systems whose complexity indicates inherited knowledge of electromagnetic principles applied with systematic precision across vast networks of coordinated infrastructure. Cathedral spires throughout regions that underwent systematic transformation during the 19th century demonstrate engineering characteristics that extend far beyond their supposed religious functions, precise geometric proportions that optimize electromagnetic resonance, metallic components positioned according to mathematical relationships that enhance atmospheric electrical collection, structural configurations that suggest systematic understanding of energy transmission, principles that supposedly were not discovered until decades after their construction. The systematic distribution of spire technologies across geographically separated locations indicates not independent architectural innovation, but coordinated implementation of established electrical engineering knowledge. The precision of proportional relationships, the standardization of metallic component placement, the integration of spire systems with broader urban infrastructure networks all point to comprehensive understanding of atmospheric energy harvesting that was applied systematically rather than developed experimentally. Examination of historical documentation reveals curious gaps in the explanation of energy sources for urban infrastructure systems that appeared during transformation periods. Street lighting networks that operated before conventional electrical generation systems existed. Heating systems that maintained thermal control without documented fuel consumption. Mechanical systems that powered industrial processes using energy sources that official records fail to adequately explain. What if the spires and towers that appeared throughout urban centers during the Great Transformation periods represent not architectural ornamentation, but components of comprehensive atmospheric electrical systems that harvested and distributed free energy according to principles that had been systematically suppressed by emerging industrial energy monopolies? What if the obsolescence of these systems represents not technological advancement, but deliberate replacement of free energy technologies with controlled distribution systems that served emerging economic control structures? The metallic composition of spire systems reveals engineering sophistication that exceeds what period metallurgy should have achieved. Alloy combinations that optimize electrical conductivity, geometric configurations that enhance electromagnetic resonance, structural solutions that integrate atmospheric energy collection with systematic distribution, all implemented with precision that suggests access to comprehensive electrical engineering knowledge rather than experimental innovation. The examination of transportation infrastructure that appeared during the Great Transformation periods reveals engineering achievements whose scope and sophistication exceed what conventional construction capabilities should have produced, suggesting either access to advanced construction technologies or the restoration and completion of pre-existing transportation networks whose origins extend beyond documented historical periods. Canal systems throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian demonstrate hydraulic engineering that surpasses what gradual technological development should have achieved during supposed construction periods. The precision of water level management, the sophistication of lock systems, the integration of canal networks with broader transportation infrastructure, all suggest comprehensive understanding of hydraulic principles, applied according to systematic engineering knowledge rather than experimental innovation. The speed of railway construction across vast continental distances presents logistical impossibilities that conventional construction timelines cannot accommodate. Transcontinental railway systems appeared with surveying precision that should have required extensive geographical reconnaissance, engineering solutions that bridged obstacles using techniques that exceeded documented construction capabilities, coordination of materials and workforce that demanded organizational systems whose complexity surpassed contemporary institutional capabilities, the systematic standardization of railway infrastructure across geographically separated regions indicates access to comprehensive transportation engineering knowledge rather than independent technological development. Track gauge standardization that enabled continental integration, engineering solutions that anticipated operational challenges before they were encountered, construction techniques that demonstrated mastery of geological conditions across diverse terrain, all point to inherited transportation knowledge applied systematically. Roadway systems that appeared during transformation periods show engineering sophistication that exceeds what gradual infrastructure development should have produced. Surface preparation techniques that created roadways capable of supporting heavy transportation loads, drainage systems that managed water flow according to sophisticated hydraulic principles, integration of roadway networks with broader transportation systems that suggested comprehensive planning rather than incremental development. What emerges from transportation analysis is recognition that the networks which appeared during the 19th century may represent not unprecedented construction achievements, but systematic restoration and completion of pre-existing infrastructure whose original construction had been accomplished according to engineering principles that exceeded what conventional technological development should have produced during their supposed construction periods. The systematic examination of metallic components in infrastructure systems that appeared during transformation periods reveals metallurgical achievements whose sophistication appears suddenly in historical records without the gradual development typical of metallurgical innovation. These are not primitive alloys gradually refined through experimental processes, but sophisticated metallic compositions whose properties suggest access to comprehensive metallurgical knowledge applied according to established principles rather than experimental discovery. Railway construction projects utilize steel alloys whose composition and properties exceeded what documented metallurgical capabilities should have produced during supposed construction periods. The consistency of alloy composition across vast production quantities, the optimization of metallic properties for specific engineering applications, the systematic standardization of metallurgical specifications across geographically separated production centers all suggest access to comprehensive metallurgical knowledge rather than experimental alloy development. Architectural metalwork throughout urban centers that underwent systematic transformation demonstrates metallurgical sophistication that appears without documented development periods. Cast iron components whose precision and consistency suggest industrial production capabilities exceeding what conventional historical timelines attribute to period manufacturing. Decorative metalwork whose complexity requires metallurgical techniques that supposedly developed later in industrial evolution. Structural metallic elements whose properties suggest alloy compositions optimized for specific engineering requirements. The systematic application of advanced metallurgical techniques across multiple industrial sectors indicates comprehensive understanding of metallic science rather than sector-specific innovation. Metallurgical solutions that appear simultaneously in transportation infrastructure, architectural construction, and industrial manufacturing suggest coordinated application of established metallurgical knowledge across diverse engineering applications. Examination of metallic components from period infrastructure reveals evidence of production techniques whose sophistication exceeds what documented industrial capabilities should have achieved. Precision casting that demonstrates understanding of metallurgical principles requiring comprehensive knowledge of thermal dynamics, alloy composition that optimizes metallic properties, according to specific engineering requirements, surface treatment techniques that enhance durability using methods that supposedly developed later in metallurgical evolution. What if the metallurgical achievements visible in 19th century infrastructure represent not unprecedented industrial innovation, but systematic application of inherited metallurgical knowledge that had been preserved through previous civilizational cycles? What if the Industrial Revolution represents not the invention of metallurgical techniques, but their systematic reapplication according to established principles that had been maintained through institutional knowledge preservation systems? The hydraulic engineering achievements visible in water management systems throughout territories that underwent systematic transformation during the 19th century demonstrate understanding of fluid dynamics, pressure management, and distribution optimization that exceeds what gradual technological development should have produced during their supposed construction periods. These are not primitive water management systems gradually refined through experimental trial and error, but sophisticated hydraulic networks whose complexity suggests inherited understanding of comprehensive water management principles. Urban water distribution systems that appeared during transformation periods demonstrate engineering sophistication that conventional construction timelines cannot adequately explain. Pressure management systems that maintain consistent water distribution across elevation changes using hydraulic principles that require comprehensive understanding of fluid dynamics, filtration systems that provide water purification using techniques that supposedly developed later in sanitation technology, distribution networks that integrate with broader urban infrastructure according to systematic planning that suggests comprehensive hydraulic knowledge. The systematic coordination of water management systems across multiple urban centers indicates access to established hydraulic engineering knowledge rather than independent innovation. Standardization of pressure management techniques, replication of filtration methods, integration of water systems with broader infrastructure networks all point to comprehensive hydraulic knowledge applied systematically across vast geographic regions. Aqueduct systems that appeared during transformation periods show engineering achievements that exceed what conventional construction capabilities should have produced. Precision of gradient calculation that maintains optimal water flow across vast distances. Structural solutions that support aqueduct systems across diverse terrain using engineering techniques that demonstrate mastery of both hydraulic and structural principles. Integration of aqueduct networks with urban distribution systems that suggest comprehensive water management planning. The hydraulic precision visible in period water management systems often exceeds modern engineering capabilities in efficiency and durability. Water distribution networks that have operated continuously for more than a century without major system failures. Hydraulic engineering solutions that demonstrate optimization for long-term operational stability. Pressure management systems whose efficiency suggests understanding of fluid dynamics principles that conventional engineering education rarely achieves. What emerges from hydraulic analysis is recognition that water management systems attributed to 19th century innovation may represent systematic restoration and expansion of pre-existing hydraulic networks whose original construction demonstrated engineering capabilities that exceeded what conventional technological development should have achieved during their supposed historical construction periods. The systematic examination of communication infrastructure that appeared during the Great Transformation periods reveals deployment patterns and technological sophistication that challenge conventional understanding of how complex communication systems develop and expand across vast geographic regions. The telegraph networks that supposedly revolutionized long-distance communication appeared with coordination and precision that suggests access to comprehensive communication engineering knowledge rather than experimental technological development. The speed of transcontinental telegraph deployment exceeds what conventional construction capabilities should have achieved during supposed installation periods. Coordinated installation across vast distances that required precise synchronization of multiple construction teams. Technical standardization that enabled systematic integration of geographically separated network segments operational coordination that maintained communication system functionality during installation phases that should have presented overwhelming logistical challenges. Telegraph infrastructure demonstrates engineering solutions that anticipate operational challenges before they should have been encountered through practical experience. Electrical engineering techniques that optimize signal transmission across vast distances, insulation systems that protect communication infrastructure under diverse environmental conditions, network coordination systems that enable reliable message routing through complex communication networks, all implemented with systematic precision that suggests inherited communication engineering knowledge. The systematic standardization of telegraph technology across multiple nations and institutional systems indicates coordinated implementation of established communication principles rather than independent technological innovation. Equipment standardization that enabled international communication integration, operational protocols that facilitated systematic message handling across diverse institutional contexts, technical specifications that optimized communication system efficiency according to engineering principles that exceeded documented technological development. Installation techniques for telegraph infrastructure reveal construction capabilities that exceed what period workforce training should have provided. Precision of electrical installation that demonstrates comprehensive understanding of electromagnetic principles, coordination of construction activities that required systematic project management capabilities exceeding contemporary organizational systems, technical expertise that appeared in workforce populations without documented training programs that should have transmitted such specialized knowledge. What if telegraph systems represent not revolutionary communication innovation, but systematic restoration of pre-existing communication networks whose original installation had been accomplished according to communication engineering principles that exceeded what conventional technological development should have achieved during supposed invention periods? What if the rapid deployment of telegraph infrastructure was possible because existing installation knowledge and construction capabilities were being reapplied rather than developed experimentally? The systematic analysis of technologies that supposedly emerged during the Great Transformation periods reveals patterns of technological sophistication that appear suddenly in historical records without the gradual development, experimental phases, and refinement periods that typically characterize genuine technological innovation. These technologies manifest with a maturity and systematic integration that suggests inheritance from previous development cycles rather than invention during documented historical periods. Steam technology applications that appeared during the supposed Industrial Revolution demonstrate engineering sophistication that exceeds what experimental innovation should have achieved within documented development timeframes. Steam engine designs that optimize thermal efficiency according to thermodynamic principles that supposedly were not systematically understood until decades after their practical application. Industrial steam systems that integrate with manufacturing processes using coordination techniques that suggest comprehensive understanding of industrial organization principles. Mechanical precision manufacturing that enabled systematic production of standardized components appears suddenly in historical records with capabilities that should have required generations of gradual tool development and workforce training. Precision tooling that enables interchangeable component manufacturing, systematic quality control that maintains manufacturing standards across diverse production centers, coordination of manufacturing processes that integrates multiple production phases according to systematic industrial organization principles, electrical applications that supposedly emerged during the late 19th century demonstrate understanding of electromagnetic principles whose practical implementation exceeds what experimental discovery should have achieved within documented innovation periods. Electrical generation systems that optimize energy production, according to electromagnetic principles requiring comprehensive understanding of electrical engineering. Distribution systems that manage electrical energy transmission across complex networks using techniques that suggest inherited electrical knowledge. The systematic coordination of multiple technological systems across diverse industrial applications indicates comprehensive understanding of technological integration principles rather than sector-specific innovation. Technologies that appear simultaneously across transportation, manufacturing, communication, and energy production sectors suggest coordinated application of established technological knowledge rather than independent innovation within separate industrial domains. What emerges from technological analysis is recognition that the achievements attributed to 19th century innovation may represent systematic reapplication of inherited technological knowledge that had been preserved through institutional systems designed to maintain technological capabilities across civilizational transformation periods. The examination of technological development patterns across geographically separated regions during the Great Transformation periods reveals synchronous advancement that defies conventional explanations based on technological diffusion, independent innovation, or gradual cultural transmission. These are not variations on technological themes developing independently, but identical solutions to complex engineering challenges implemented simultaneously across continents that supposedly had minimal technological communication during their development periods. Railway engineering solutions appear simultaneously across North America, Europe, and territories, once mapped as Tartarian with standardization that exceeds what independent innovation should have achieved. Track gauge specifications that enable continental integration, engineering techniques for bridge construction that demonstrate identical understanding of structural principles, locomotive technologies that utilize identical thermodynamic solutions for steam power optimization, all implemented with precision that suggest coordinated application of established railway engineering knowledge. Urban infrastructure systems demonstrate identical engineering solutions across geographically separated cities that underwent transformation during the same historical periods. Water distribution systems that utilize identical hydraulic principles for pressure management. Sewerage systems that implement identical engineering solutions for waste management. Street lighting systems that demonstrate identical understanding of electrical distribution principles, all appearing with systematic coordination that suggests access to comprehensive urban engineering knowledge rather than independent municipal innovation. Industrial manufacturing techniques appear simultaneously across diverse geographic regions, with standardization that indicates coordinated implementation of established manufacturing principles, precision tooling techniques that enable interchangeable component manufacturing, quality control systems that maintain identical manufacturing standards, production organization methods that optimize industrial efficiency according to identical principles, all implemented with systematic precision across geographically separated industrial centers. Communication technology deployment demonstrates identical engineering solutions and operational protocols across multiple nations and institutional systems. Telegraph installation techniques that utilize identical electrical engineering principles, operational coordination systems that enable identical message handling procedures, network integration methods that facilitate identical communication system functionality, all implemented with systematic standardization that suggests coordinated application of established communication engineering knowledge. The temporal synchronization of technological advancement across geographically separated regions indicates either impossibly rapid technological transmission or coordinated reapplication of technological knowledge that had been systematically preserved across multiple institutional systems. The precision of technological standardization, the simultaneity of implementation, the systematic integration across diverse engineering applications all point to inheritance and coordinated reapplication of comprehensive technological knowledge rather than independent innovation. What if the technological achievements attributed to 19th century innovation represent not unprecedented human advancement, but systematic restoration of technological capabilities that had been maintained through institutional preservation systems designed to enable coordinated reapplication of established knowledge during civilizational transformation periods? In the contemplation of inherited versus invented technologies, we discover that the boundaries between remembering and innovating, may be far more fluid than conventional historical understanding acknowledges, suggesting that human technological capability operates according to cyclical patterns that transcend individual civilizational experience. From the contemplation of inherited technologies and their suspicious simultaneity across distant continents, we are drawn inexorably downward into the most physically tangible manifestation of historical concealment, the buried layers of our cities themselves, where architectural elements that once reached toward light now exist in perpetual twilight, where grand entrances have become basement access points, and where the very ground beneath our feet whispers of rapid transformation that conventional geological processes cannot adequately explain. There exists a particular quality of silence that emanates from spaces that remember being above ground, a resonance that speaks of architectural elements designed for natural illumination now trapped in artificial shadow, of proportional relationships that make perfect sense only when understood as components of structures whose full height has been systematically concealed beneath layers of accumulated material. To descend into these buried realms is to enter a world where the normal relationship between interior and exterior space has been inverted, where basement windows frame views of soil rather than sky, where the spatial logic of human habitation reveals itself as incomplete, truncated, deliberately obscured. Picture yourself descending stone steps that were never intended for descent, passing through doorways whose proportions suggest they once opened onto street level rather than subterranean chambers, entering rooms whose ceiling heights and window placements speak of architectural planning designed for surface-level occupation. The quality of light that filters through buried windows carries within it an otherworldly luminescence, not the warm invitation of natural illumination, but the filtered glow of illumination that has travelled through layers of earth, creating atmospheric conditions that affect consciousness in ways that purely underground spaces cannot achieve. The acoustic properties of these buried spaces reveal their original intended function through the resonance they maintain despite their subterranean transformation. Chambers that were designed for human conversation at surface level create echo patterns and sound distribution that make sense only when understood as rooms whose acoustic properties were calculated for interaction with surface-level atmospheric conditions. The way sound moves through these spaces, the quality of silence that settles in their corners, the subtle vibrations that seem to emanate from their walls, all speak of architectural elements that maintain connection to purposes they can no longer fulfill. The sensation of walking through buried first floors creates a cognitive dissonance that affects perception in profound ways. The mind struggles to reconcile architectural elements that clearly indicate surface-level design with their current subterranean location, creating a state of awareness that transcends normal spatial understanding. In these liminal spaces between what was and what is, between original intention and current configuration, consciousness encounters physical evidence of transformation processes that extend far beyond individual buildings into systematic alteration of entire urban environments. The systematic examination of urban landscapes across territories that underwent transformation during the Great Reorganization periods reveals architectural anomalies that appear with suspicious consistency across geographically separated locations' basement windows that function at ground level, buried entrances whose proportional relationship suggests they once provided access from surface-level courtyards, sunken outdoor spaces whose design elements indicate they were originally intended for ground-level interaction with surrounding architectural environments. Throughout North American urban centers established during colonial periods, photographic documentation from the late 19th century reveals systematic excavation projects that exposed architectural elements whose sophistication and preservation states suggest recent burial rather than ancient abandonment. Basement windows whose glass remains intact despite supposed underground burial for decades. Buried entrances whose decorative elements show minimal weathering despite alleged prolonged underground exposure. Architectural details that maintain precision and artistic integrity inconsistent with gradual burial processes. European urban centres that underwent systematic renovation during the 19th century show identical patterns of architectural anomaly buildings whose ground floor windows have become basement windows, entrances that now require descent to access, courtyards whose current elevation suggests systematic removal of accumulated material rather than gradual construction around existing structures. The preservation state of buried architectural elements indicates rapid burial and systematic excavation rather than gradual environmental accumulation and archaeological recovery. Siberian urban centers throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian demonstrate the most extensive evidence of systematic architectural burial and recovery. Entire urban districts where basement windows function at ground level, systematic patterns of buried first floors whose architectural sophistication exceeds what conventional construction timelines should have produced. Integration of buried architectural elements with surface-level infrastructure that suggests coordinated excavation and restoration, rather than entirely new construction. The global consistency of burial patterns defies explanations based on local environmental conditions or regional construction practices. The uniformity of burial depth across diverse climatic regions, the standardization of architectural preservation states across geographically separated locations, the systematic nature of excavation and restoration processes that appear simultaneously across multiple continents, all point to coordinated transformation processes rather than independent local phenomena. The architectural sophistication revealed through excavation often exceeds the complexity visible in surface-level construction attributed to the same historical periods. Buried building elements demonstrate understanding of structural engineering, decorative artistry, and construction technique that surpasses what documented construction capabilities should have achieved during supposed building periods, suggesting that excavation revealed pre-existing architectural sophistication rather than creating new construction achievements. The systematic analysis of sediment accumulation patterns around buried architectural elements reveals geological conditions that challenge conventional understanding of natural sedimentation processes, soil accumulation rates, and environmental change timelines. These are not gradual burial patterns that develop through normal geological processes over extended time periods, but rapid accumulation events that suggest systematic environmental change occurring within impossibly compressed timeframes. Soil composition analysis around buried architectural elements reveals sediment characteristics that indicate rapid deposition rather than gradual accumulation through normal weathering and erosion processes. The uniformity of sediment composition across diverse geographic regions, the absence of stratification that should characterize gradual soil development, the preservation state of organic materials within accumulated sediment layers, all point to rapid deposition events that concentrated large quantities of material within brief time periods. The depth of architectural burial shows consistency across geographically separated regions that defies explanations based on local environmental conditions. Buildings throughout North American urban centers buried to identical depths, despite diverse climatic conditions and soil compositions. European architectural elements showing uniform burial patterns, despite regional variations in precipitation and geological substrate. Siberian urban infrastructure demonstrating systematic burial depths that correlate with patterns observed across other continental regions. Archaeological analysis of sediment layers reveals absence of expected stratification that should characterize gradual soil accumulation over extended periods. Normal geological sedimentation produces distinct layers that reflect seasonal variations, periodic environmental changes, and gradual accumulation of diverse materials over time. The sediment surrounding buried architectural elements often shows homogeneous composition that suggests rapid, massive deposition rather than gradual environmental accumulation. Carbon dating analysis of organic materials within sediment layers yields results that compress apparent accumulation periods into timeframes that exceed natural sedimentation rates by orders of magnitude. Organic materials that should indicate gradual soil development over centuries show carbon signatures suggesting accumulation within decades, indicating either accelerated environmental processes or systematic deposition of materials from diverse chronological sources within compressed time periods. The preservation state of buried architectural elements indicates burial conditions that protected rather than degraded structural materials, suggesting rapid covering that prevented normal weathering processes rather than gradual environmental exposure followed by protective burial. The intact state of decorative elements, the preservation of structural joints and connections, the maintenance of architectural details that should have degraded through prolonged environmental exposure, all point to rapid protective burial rather than gradual degradation followed by archaeological preservation. The systematic examination of construction projects throughout the 19th century reveals patterns that suggest systematic excavation and restoration of pre-existing infrastructure rather than entirely new construction, indicating that the great urban development periods may have involved recovery and reactivation of buried architectural systems rather than unprecedented building achievements from undeveloped land. Photographic documentation from construction sites throughout the 1800s shows excavation projects whose scope exceeds what building foundation preparation should have required, revealing systematic removal of accumulated material around pre-existing architectural elements that were subsequently integrated into new construction projects. The precision of excavation work, the careful preservation of revealed architectural details, the systematic coordination of excavation activities with construction schedules, all suggest recovery operations rather than foundation preparation for entirely new buildings. Construction timelines for major urban infrastructure projects throughout the 19th century include extensive excavation phases that conventional building projects should not have required, foundation preparation that involved removal of massive quantities of accumulated material, systematic excavation around pre-existing architectural elements that were subsequently incorporated into new construction, coordination of excavation activities with restoration work on revealed building elements, all indicating recovery and restoration of buried infrastructure, rather than entirely new construction from undeveloped sites. Labour organisation for 19th century construction projects included workforce specialisations that seem specifically adapted for excavation and restoration work rather than entirely new construction. Specialized excavation crews whose techniques suggest experience with recovering buried architectural elements, restoration craftsmen whose skills indicate familiarity with renovation of preserved building materials rather than creation of entirely new architectural components, coordination between excavation and restoration activities that suggest systematic experience with recovery operations. Material sourcing for construction projects often involved integration of recovered architectural elements with new construction materials, suggesting that new buildings incorporated substantial quantities of pre-existing architectural components revealed through excavation processes. The precision of integration between recovered and new materials, the systematic reuse of excavated architectural elements, the coordination of material sourcing with excavation activities, all point to construction practices designed around recovery and restoration rather than entirely new material acquisition. Financial documentation for construction projects includes expenditure categories that suggest systematic excavation and restoration activities rather than entirely new construction from undeveloped sites. Budget allocations for extensive excavation work that exceed normal foundation preparation requirements, expenditures for restoration of recovered architectural elements, coordination of excavation and restoration costs with new construction expenses, all indicating construction practices that incorporated substantial recovery and restoration components. The contemplation of rapid sediment accumulation and systematic architectural burial leads inevitably to questions about the environmental processes that could have produced such comprehensive transformation within the compressed timeframes that geological evidence suggests, pointing toward catastrophic change events whose scope and nature challenge conventional understanding of gradual environmental evolution and stable geological conditions. Theoretical models for rapid environmental change include atmospheric disturbances that could have generated massive dust accumulation within brief periods, creating conditions for systematic burial of surface-level infrastructure across vast geographic regions. Atmospheric disruption events that mobilize large quantities of particulate material. Weather pattern changes that concentrate sediment deposition in specific geographic zones. Electromagnetic disturbances that affect atmospheric stability and precipitation patterns. All suggest mechanisms for rapid environmental transformation that could explain systematic architectural burial within compressed timeframes. Hydrological catastrophe theories describe flood events whose scope and nature could have produced rapid sediment deposition across continental regions, followed by systematic drainage that left accumulated material around architectural elements, while enabling gradual recovery and restoration of buried infrastructure. Massive flood events that transport large quantities of sediment across continental distances, systematic drainage patterns that concentrate accumulated material around structural obstacles, recovery periods that enable systematic excavation and restoration of revealed architectural elements. Electromagnetic disturbance theories suggest atmospheric conditions that could have produced rapid environmental change through disruption of normal weather patterns, atmospheric electrical balance, and electromagnetic field stability. Solar activity changes that affect atmospheric electrical conditions, magnetic field variations that disrupt normal atmospheric circulation patterns, electromagnetic disturbances that create unusual precipitation and sedimentation conditions across vast geographic regions. Geological instability theories describe Earth movement events that could have produced rapid topographical change, systematic settling of land surfaces, and redistribution of surface materials that buried existing infrastructure, while enabling subsequent recovery through systematic excavation. Seismic activity that produces systematic land surface changes, geological settling events that alter regional topography, Earth movement patterns that redistribute surface materials according to systematic geographic patterns. The coordination of catastrophic events with historical transformation periods suggests that environmental disruption may have provided both the conditions for systematic architectural burial and the subsequent opportunities for coordinated recovery and restoration activities that characterized 19th century construction booms across multiple continental regions. The systematic examination of photographic documentation from the late 19th century reveals construction and excavation activities whose scope, coordination, and systematic nature exceed what conventional urban development should have required, providing visual evidence of recovery operations that suggest systematic restoration of pre-existing buried infrastructure rather than entirely new construction from undeveloped urban sites. Photographs of urban construction sites throughout the 1870s and 1880s show excavation work that extends far beyond what foundation preparation for new buildings should have required, revealing systematic removal of accumulated material around architectural elements, whose preservation state and design sophistication suggest recent burial rather than ancient abandonment. The precision of excavation techniques, the careful preservation of revealed architectural details, the systematic coordination of multiple excavation sites within single urban districts, all point to coordinated recovery operations rather than independent construction projects. Documentation of street-level excavation projects reveals systematic lowering of urban surface levels to expose architectural elements that subsequently functioned as ground floor access points for completed buildings, indicating that street elevation changes were coordinated with building excavation to restore original spatial relationships between architectural elements and surrounding urban infrastructure. The systematic nature of elevation changes across entire urban districts, the precision of coordination between street and building excavation, the integration of revealed architectural elements with restored urban surface levels, all suggest comprehensive urban restoration rather than new construction. Photographic evidence of transportation infrastructure construction shows excavation activities that reveal pre-existing roadway foundations, drainage systems, and transportation corridor elements that were subsequently integrated into new transportation networks, suggesting that 19th century infrastructure development involved restoration an expansion of buried transportation systems rather than entirely new transportation construction across undeveloped territories, industrial construction photography reveals excavation around pre-existing industrial infrastructure elements that were subsequently incorporated into new manufacturing facilities, indicating that industrial development involved recovery and restoration of buried industrial systems rather than entirely new industrial construction from undeveloped sites. The systematic preservation of revealed industrial elements, the integration of recovered infrastructure with new construction, the coordination of excavation activities with industrial restoration work all point to systematic recovery of buried industrial capabilities. The systematic nature of excavation activities across multiple urban centres, the coordination of excavation projects with construction timelines, the integration of revealed architectural elements with new construction activities, all provide visual documentation of comprehensive recovery operations that suggest 19th century urban development involved systematic restoration of buried urban infrastructure rather than unprecedented construction achievements from undeveloped territorial conditions. The systematic examination of cultural traditions across geographically separated regions reveals consistent preservation of accounts describing catastrophic environmental changes, massive flood events, and systematic earth transformation that correlate remarkably with geological evidence of rapid sediment accumulation and architectural burial patterns visible throughout territories that underwent systematic transformation during the 19th century. Indigenous American traditions across multiple cultural groups preserve detailed accounts of flood events that produce systematic environmental change, burial of existing settlements, and subsequent recovery periods during which surviving populations recovered and restored buried infrastructure. These traditions describe specific environmental conditions that enabled rapid sediment accumulation, systematic burial of surface-level structures, and coordinated recovery efforts that restored habitability to affected regions. European folk traditions maintain accounts of great flood events that altered landscape conditions, buried existing settlements, and required systematic recovery efforts to restore habitability to affected regions. Germanic and Celtic oral traditions describe environmental changes that produced rapid landscape transformation, systematic burial of cultural sites, and coordinated restoration activities that recovered buried infrastructure and cultural facilities. Slavic cultural traditions preserve detailed accounts of environmental catastrophes that produce systematic landscape change throughout territories that maps once marked as Tartarian, describing flood events that buried existing settlements and subsequent recovery periods during which populations recovered and restored buried urban infrastructure. These traditions maintain specific details about environmental conditions that enabled rapid sediment accumulation and systematic architectural burial. Asian cultural traditions include accounts of great earth changes that produced rapid environmental transformation, systematic burial of existing urban centers, and coordinated recovery efforts that restored habitability through systematic excavation and restoration of buried infrastructure. Chinese and Central Asian traditions describe environmental events that correlate with geological evidence of rapid sediment accumulation and architectural burial patterns. The consistency of flood and earth change accounts across culturally separated traditions suggests preservation of collective memory regarding catastrophic environmental events whose scope and nature could explain geological evidence of rapid sediment accumulation and systematic architectural burial. The specific details preserved within these cultural accounts correlate remarkably with physical evidence of environmental transformation and infrastructure recovery visible throughout territories that underwent systematic transformation during documented historical periods. In the descent into buried realms where architectural elements maintain connection to purposes they can no longer fulfill, we encounter atmospheric conditions that transcend normal spatial experience, creating states of awareness that reveal the profound psychological impact of inhabiting spaces whose relationship to their original environmental context has been systematically severed, yet mysteriously preserved through architectural memory that operates according to principles beyond conventional understanding. The quality of silence that emanates from buried architectural spaces carries within it resonances that speak of disrupted purpose, truncated function, spatial relationships that exist in perpetual incompletion. These are not the comfortable silences of intentionally underground spaces designed for subterranean habitation, but the haunted quiet of rooms that remember sky, windows that remember unobstructed views, doorways that remember opening onto courtyards rather than excavated chambers. The electromagnetic properties of buried spaces often demonstrate characteristics that differ significantly from both surface-level architectural environments and intentionally underground construction, creating atmospheric conditions that affect consciousness in ways that suggest these spaces maintain connection to their original intended function despite systematic alteration of their environmental context. The way electrical energy moves through these spaces, the quality of magnetic fields that surround buried architectural elements, the subtle vibrations that emanate from structural elements that once reached towards sky, all speak of interrupted energy systems that continue to operate according to principles they can no longer fully express. The temperature regulation in buried architectural spaces reveals thermal properties that suggest original design for surface-level climate interaction, creating atmospheric conditions that maintain connection to environmental rhythms despite systematic separation from direct atmospheric contact. The way warmth moves through buried rooms, the circulation patterns of air that still follow original architectural intentions, the humidity levels that reflect original relationship to surface-level moisture conditions, all indicate atmospheric memory that transcends current spatial configuration. In the contemplation of buried history and the atmospheric exploration of spaces that remember being above ground, we discover that architecture functions not merely as physical shelter, but as consciousness interface that maintains energetic connection to environmental purpose despite systematic alteration of spatial context. The eerie silence of buried first floors speaks not only of disrupted human habitation, but of interrupted dialogue between human consciousness and environmental energy that continues to seek expression through architectural elements that remember their original cosmic conversation. Here, in these liminal spaces between surface and depth, between intended function and current configuration, between remembered purpose and present possibility, we encounter physical evidence of transformation processes that extend far beyond individual buildings into systematic alteration of the relationship between human consciousness and terrestrial energy systems, suggesting that the mystery of buried architecture reflects not merely environmental catastrophe, but fundamental changes in the vibrational relationship between civilization and the electromagnetic properties of earthly existence itself. From the atmospheric exploration of buried architectural spaces where silence carries the memory of disrupted purpose, we ascend into the realm where memory finds its most persistent expression, language itself, where words function as vessels carrying the concentrated essence of vanished civilizations, where etymological traces preserve knowledge that official histories have systematically obscured, and where the archaeology of speech reveals layers of meaning that transcend the temporal boundaries conventional linguistics acknowledges. Within the phonetic structures of seemingly familiar words lie compressed histories of technological achievements, administrative sophistication, and civilizational complexity that exceed what conventional historical timelines attribute to the cultures that supposedly created these linguistic expressions. Language operates as a preservation system more durable than stone, more persistent than written records, more resistant to systematic suppression than institutional documentation, carrying within its deepest structures the crystallized memory of human capabilities that official amnesia has worked centuries to conceal. Consider the peculiar weight that settles upon consciousness when examining words whose etymological origins point toward technological and administrative sophistication that their supposed historical context should not have encompassed. These are not the gradual linguistic evolutions that characterize normal language development, but fully formed technical vocabularies that appear suddenly in historical records, carrying within their semantic structures the crystallized knowledge of engineering principles, administrative systems, and cultural achievements that seem impossibly advanced for their attributed time periods. The sensation deepens when we recognize that certain words carry within their phonetic and semantic structures what can only be described as inherited memory linguistic forms that preserve technical knowledge, administrative procedures, and cultural understandings that transcend the documented experience of the populations who supposedly created these language systems. The precision of technical terminology, the sophistication of administrative vocabulary, the systematic nature of conceptual frameworks embedded within seemingly primitive languages all point to linguistic inheritance from civilizational knowledge systems whose scope and advancement challenge every assumption about gradual cultural development. What emerges from systematic linguistic archaeology is recognition that language functions not merely as communication system, but as knowledge preservation technology that maintains civilizational memory across transformation periods when official documentation systems undergo systematic reorganization. In the deepest structures of speech, we discover evidence of human achievements that were never lost, merely concealed within the very words we use to describe our supposedly primitive ancestors and their remarkable capabilities that we are only beginning to rediscover. The systematic examination of architectural vocabulary across culturally separated linguistic families reveals terminological consistencies that challenge conventional understanding of independent language development, suggesting instead coordinated preservation of technical knowledge through linguistic systems that maintained precise architectural concepts across vast geographic and temporal distances with accuracy that exceeds what cultural diffusion should have achieved. Throughout Indo-European linguistic families, architectural terms demonstrate phonetic and semantic relationships that suggest common technical knowledge rather than independent terminology development. Words describing advanced structural engineering concepts, sophisticated construction techniques, and complex architectural principles appear with systematic consistency across languages that supposedly developed independently, maintaining precise technical meanings that indicate shared understanding of engineering principles rather than coincidental linguistic evolution. Slavic languages preserve architectural terminology that describes construction techniques and engineering solutions whose sophistication exceeds what conventional historical timelines attribute to Slavic cultural development periods. Technical vocabulary for advanced stonework, sophisticated joinery methods, complex structural engineering all preserved within linguistic systems that supposedly developed among populations whose architectural achievements should not have required such precise technical terminology. Germanic linguistic traditions maintain construction vocabulary that describes engineering solutions and architectural principles whose complexity suggests inheritance from civilizational knowledge that had systematically mastered advanced construction techniques. Precise terminology for mathematical proportional systems, sophisticated engineering solutions, complex construction coordination, all embedded within language systems that preserve technical knowledge transcending documented Germanic architectural experience. Celtic languages contain architectural vocabulary that describes building techniques and engineering principles whose sophistication indicates preservation of advanced construction knowledge through linguistic systems that maintained precise technical terminology despite supposed cultural isolation from advanced architectural traditions. Construction terms that describe complex engineering solutions, sophisticated proportional systems, advanced material technologies, all preserved within linguistic structures that transcend documented Celtic architectural capabilities. The semantic precision of architectural terminology across linguistically separated families indicates not gradual vocabulary development through independent architectural experience, but systematic preservation of comprehensive construction knowledge through coordinated linguistic maintenance systems that ensured accurate transmission of technical concepts across cultural and temporal boundaries. What if architectural terminology reveals evidence of comprehensive construction knowledge that was systematically preserved through linguistic systems designed to maintain technical vocabulary across civilizational transformation periods? What if the precision of construction terminology across supposedly primitive languages indicates inheritance of advanced architectural knowledge rather than gradual vocabulary development through limited construction experience? The investigation of technical terminology across geographically separated linguistic families reveals vocabulary systems that describe advanced technological concepts with precision that exceeds what independent technological development should have achieved, suggesting coordinated preservation of comprehensive technical knowledge through linguistic systems that maintained accurate terminology for engineering principles, manufacturing processes, and technological applications across vast cultural and temporal distances. Metallurgical terminology appears across linguistically unrelated families with semantic consistency that indicates shared understanding of advanced alloy composition, sophisticated heat treatment processes, and complex manufacturing techniques that exceed what independent metallurgical development should have produced. Technical vocabulary describing precise temperature control, systematic alloy optimization, coordinated production processes, all preserved within linguistic systems that supposedly developed among populations whose metallurgical experience should not have required such sophisticated technical terminology. Energy production vocabulary demonstrates remarkable consistency across culturally separated languages, describing concepts related to power generation, energy distribution, and systematic energy management that suggest comprehensive understanding of advanced energy systems rather than primitive energy concepts developed through limited technological experience. Terminology for electrical phenomena, mechanical power transmission, systematic energy optimization, all embedded within linguistic structures that preserve technical knowledge transcending documented technological capabilities of their supposed creators. Transportation terminology reveals shared vocabulary describing advanced transportation systems, sophisticated logistics coordination, and systematic transportation management that indicates comprehensive understanding of transportation engineering, rather than simple vocabulary for primitive transportation methods. Technical terms describing precision engineering, systematic route optimization, coordinated transportation networks, all preserved within linguistic families that supposedly developed among populations whose transportation experience should not have required such advanced technical vocabulary. Communication technology terminology appears across linguistically separated families with precision that suggests shared understanding of advanced communication systems, systematic information transmission, and coordinated communication networks that exceed what independent communication development should have achieved. Vocabulary, describing systematic message coordination, precision timing systems, integrated communication networks, all maintained within linguistic structures that preserve technical knowledge beyond documented communication capabilities. The systematic nature of shared technical vocabulary across culturally separated linguistic families indicates coordinated preservation of comprehensive technological knowledge through linguistic systems designed to maintain accurate technical terminology across civilizational transformation periods when official technical documentation underwent systematic reorganization or suppression. The systematic analysis of geographical nomenclature across territories once mapped as Tartarian reveals etymological patterns that preserve evidence of administrative sophistication, territorial organization, and cultural achievements that challenge conventional understanding of the civilizational capabilities attributed to the populations who supposedly created these place name systems during their documented historical periods. River and mountain names throughout Siberian territories demonstrate linguistic structures that describe geographical features using terminology that indicates systematic geographical knowledge, precise topographical understanding, and coordinated territorial administration that exceeds what nomadic populations should have developed through limited territorial experience. Geographical terminology describing systematic land management, coordinated territorial boundaries, administrative territorial divisions, all preserved within place name systems that suggest comprehensive territorial organization rather than simple geographical designation by primitive populations. Urban centre names across territories once marked as Tartarian preserve linguistic elements that describe administrative functions, systematic urban planning, and coordinated municipal organisation that indicates comprehensive understanding of urban administration rather than simple settlement designation. Place name terminology describing systematic administrative coordination, municipal service integration, coordinated urban planning, all embedded within geographical nomenclature that preserves evidence of urban sophistication, transcending documented administrative capabilities. Transportation route names reveal etymological patterns that describe systematic transportation planning, coordinated route optimization, and integrated transportation networks that suggest comprehensive understanding of transportation engineering, rather than simple route designation by limited transportation experience. Geographical terminology describing systematic route coordination, transportation network integration, coordinated logistics management, all preserved within place name systems that indicate advanced transportation administration. Regional territorial names demonstrate linguistic structures that describe systematic territorial administration, coordinated regional management, and integrated administrative systems that exceed what decentralized populations should have developed through limited administrative experience. Territorial terminology describing systematic administrative coordination, regional service integration, coordinated territorial management, all maintained within geographical nomenclature that preserves evidence of administrative sophistication. The systematic preservation of complex administrative and technological concepts within geographical nomenclature suggests that place name systems functioned as knowledge preservation technologies that maintained evidence of civilizational achievements through linguistic systems designed to transcend temporal boundaries and institutional transformation periods. What if geographical names preserve linguistic evidence of comprehensive territorial administration and technological sophistication that official historical narratives have systematically attributed to primitive populations who supposedly possessed limited administrative and technological capabilities? What if place name etymology reveals evidence of advanced civilizational organization that was systematically concealed through reinterpretation of geographical nomenclature according to simplified historical narratives? The examination of linguistic transformation patterns during the great reorganization periods of the 18th and 19th centuries reveals systematic alteration of language systems that transcends normal linguistic evolution, suggesting coordinated modification of vocabulary systems, grammatical structures, and semantic frameworks according to institutional requirements that served emerging administrative control systems rather than organic linguistic development through natural cultural processes. Educational language standardization programs implemented during the early 1800s demonstrate systematic replacement of regional linguistic variations with standardized vocabulary systems that eliminated terminology describing advanced technical concepts, sophisticated administrative procedures, and complex cultural achievements that had been preserved within local linguistic traditions. The speed of linguistic standardization, the systematic coordination across geographically separated educational institutions, the precise targeting of specific vocabulary categories all indicate coordinated linguistic modification rather than natural educational development. Religious language standardization projects undertaken during transformation periods show systematic revision of liturgical terminology, doctrinal vocabulary, and theological concepts that eliminated linguistic references to technological achievements, administrative sophistication, and cultural capabilities that contradicted emerging narratives about primitive historical populations. Systematic terminology replacement, coordinated vocabulary modification, standardized conceptual frameworks, all implemented with precision that suggests coordinated linguistic control rather than theological evolution. Administrative language standardization implemented through governmental institutions demonstrates systematic replacement of traditional administrative terminology with simplified vocabulary systems that eliminated linguistic references to sophisticated administrative procedures, advanced bureaucratic systems, and complex governmental capabilities that had been preserved within traditional administrative languages. The coordination of administrative linguistic modification, the systematic targeting of specific terminology categories, the precise timing of vocabulary replacement all point to coordinated administrative linguistic control. Commercial language standardization projects show systematic modification of trade terminology, technical vocabulary, and commercial concepts that eliminated linguistic references to advanced manufacturing processes, sophisticated commercial systems, and complex economic organization that contradicted simplified narratives about primitive economic development. Coordinated vocabulary replacement, systematic terminology modification, standardized commercial linguistic frameworks, all implemented according to institutional requirements rather than commercial linguistic evolution. The systematic nature of linguistic modification across educational, religious, administrative, and commercial domains indicates coordinated implementation of comprehensive language control systems designed to eliminate linguistic evidence of technological and administrative sophistication that challenged emerging historical narratives about gradual civilizational development from primitive origins. The systematic analysis of educational institution development during the Great Transformation periods reveals comprehensive reorganization of knowledge transmission systems that transcends normal educational evolution, suggesting coordinated implementation of systematic memory management protocols designed to control access to historical knowledge, technical information, and cultural memory through institutional systems that replace traditional knowledge preservation methods with standardized curricula serving emerging administrative requirements. Educational curriculum standardization implemented during the early 19th century demonstrates systematic replacement of traditional knowledge transmission methods with standardized educational frameworks that eliminated instruction in advanced technical skills, sophisticated cultural traditions, and comprehensive historical knowledge that had been preserved through traditional educational systems. The speed of curriculum transformation, the systematic coordination across geographically separated educational institutions, the precise targeting of specific knowledge categories, all indicate coordinated educational control rather than natural pedagogical development. The systematic coordination of educational transformation across curriculum, teacher training, textbook production, and library organization indicates implementation of comprehensive memory management systems designed to control collective access to historical knowledge through institutional frameworks that served emerging administrative requirements rather than educational advancement. The investigation of regional linguistic systems that underwent systematic suppression during the Great Transformation periods reveals vocabulary preservation within local dialects that maintained technical terminology, administrative concepts, and cultural knowledge that contradicted simplified historical narratives promoted through standardized language systems, suggesting that regional linguistic suppression targeted specifically those knowledge preservation systems that maintained evidence of advanced civilizational capabilities. Rural dialect systems throughout territories once mapped as Tartarian preserved technical vocabulary describing advanced agricultural techniques, sophisticated engineering methods, and complex administrative procedures that exceeded what simplified historical narratives attributed to rural populations during their documented historical periods. Agricultural terminology describing systematic land management, construction vocabulary for advanced building techniques, administrative terms for complex organizational systems, all maintained within regional dialects despite systematic pressure toward linguistic standardization. Craft Guild languages maintained specialized terminology describing advanced manufacturing processes, sophisticated technical procedures, and complex organizational systems that indicated comprehensive understanding of industrial processes, transcending what official historical timelines attributed to pre-industrial populations. Manufacturing vocabulary describing precision production methods, organizational terms for systematic craft coordination, technical terminology for advanced material processing, all preserved within specialized linguistic systems despite systematic suppression of guild organizations. Religious dialect systems preserved liturgical terminology, theological concepts, and doctrinal vocabulary that maintained references to technological achievements, administrative sophistication, and cultural capabilities that contradicted simplified religious historical narratives. Specialized religious terminology describing advanced theological concepts, administrative vocabulary for complex religious organization, cultural terms for sophisticated religious achievements, all maintained within regional, religious linguistic systems despite systematic pressure toward religious standardization. Commercial dialect systems maintained trade terminology, technical vocabulary, and commercial concepts that described advanced manufacturing capabilities, sophisticated commercial organization, and complex economic systems that exceeded what simplified economic historical narratives attributed to traditional commercial populations. Commercial terminology describing systematic trade organization, technical vocabulary for advanced commercial processes, economic terms for complex commercial systems, all preserved within specialized commercial linguistic systems. The systematic targeting of regional dialects that preserved advanced technical, administrative, and cultural terminology indicates coordinated suppression of linguistic systems that maintained knowledge evidence contradicting simplified historical narratives rather than natural linguistic standardization through cultural development. The comprehensive examination of linguistic relationships across geographically separated language families reveals systematic preservation of common vocabulary, shared grammatical structures, and coordinated conceptual frameworks that suggest comprehensive linguistic coordination, transcending what independent language development should have achieved, indicating preservation of common knowledge systems through linguistic families that maintained connection to shared civilizational heritage despite official historical narratives emphasizing cultural separation and independent development. Indo-European linguistic analysis reveals systematic preservation of advanced technical terminology, sophisticated administrative vocabulary, and complex cultural concepts across language families that supposedly developed independently across vast geographic regions. Shared technical vocabulary describing advanced engineering concepts, common administrative terminology for sophisticated organizational systems, coordinated cultural vocabulary for complex achievement concepts, all maintained across linguistic families with precision that exceeds what independent language development should have produced. Altaic language family connections demonstrate vocabulary systems that describe advanced technological capabilities, sophisticated administrative procedures, and comprehensive cultural achievements that suggest preservation of common civilizational knowledge through linguistic systems that transcended official political and cultural boundaries. Systematic technological terminology, coordinated administrative vocabulary, shared cultural conceptual frameworks, all preserved across supposedly independent linguistic development, with accuracy that indicates coordinated knowledge preservation. Uralic linguistic connections reveal technical vocabulary, administrative terminology, and cultural concepts that describe civilizational achievements, transcending what individual Uralic populations should have developed through independent cultural experience. Advanced technological terminology, sophisticated administrative vocabulary, complex cultural achievement concepts, all maintained within linguistic systems that suggest connection to broader civilizational knowledge rather than independent cultural development. Sino-Tibetan language relationships demonstrate preservation of advanced concepts, sophisticated terminology, and complex cultural vocabulary that indicates maintenance of comprehensive knowledge systems through linguistic families that preserved civilizational memory across transformation periods when official documentation systems underwent systematic reorganization. Systematic knowledge preservation, coordinated terminology maintenance, comprehensive conceptual framework protection, all achieved through linguistic systems designed for knowledge transmission across civilizational boundaries. the systematic preservation of advanced knowledge through coordinated linguistic families, indicates that language systems functioned as comprehensive knowledge preservation technologies designed to maintain civilizational memory across transformation periods when official knowledge systems underwent systematic modification or suppression, suggesting that linguistic archaeology reveals evidence of coordinated civilizational knowledge preservation that transcended individual cultural and political boundaries through systematic linguistic coordination designed to protect comprehensive human knowledge from institutional amnesia. What if linguistic families preserve evidence of comprehensive human civilizational achievement that was systematically maintained through coordinated knowledge preservation systems designed to transcend the temporal limitations of individual cultural and political institutions? In the contemplation of hidden languages and their preserved knowledge, we discover that words themselves function as vessels carrying the concentrated memory of human potential across the boundaries that separate what we remember from what we have been taught to forget. From the contemplation of linguistic archaeology and the recognition that words themselves function as vessels carrying concentrated civilizational memory across institutional boundaries, we are drawn into the most profound mystery of all, the question of identity itself, the recognition that everything we understand about who we are as human beings may be built upon a foundation of systematic amnesia that has severed our connection to capabilities, achievements, and ways of being that transcend every limitation we have been taught to accept about human potential and civilizational possibility. There exists, in the deepest chambers of collective memory, a persistent resonance that speaks of human experience extending far beyond the truncated narratives we have inherited through institutional education, official histories, and cultural frameworks that present our current civilizational moment as the culmination of gradual progress from primitive origins, rather than recognition of our position as inheritors of knowledge systems whose depth and sophistication challenge every assumption about linear human development and the supposed limitations of previous generations. What if the very categories through which we understand human identity, primitive and advanced, civilized and barbaric, developed and undeveloped, represent not objective assessments of human capability across historical periods, but systematic frameworks designed to prevent recognition of continuities that would reveal the cyclical rather than linear nature of human achievement? What if our sense of being at the pinnacle of human development blinds us to evidence that we are actually participants in recovery processes, inheritors attempting to rediscover capabilities that were never lost, merely systematically concealed within the very narratives we use to understand our place in the trajectory of human experience? The sensation deepens when we recognize that certain forms of knowledge seem to emerge from within rather than being learned from without. Architectural insights that feel like remembering rather than discovering. Technological solutions that appear as recognition rather than innovation. Organizational principles that manifest as inherited wisdom rather than experimental development. The quality of knowing that accompanies these recognitions carries within it a resonance that transcends individual learning experience, suggesting connection to knowledge systems that operate through inheritance patterns more subtle and comprehensive than conventional education acknowledges. Perhaps our current moment represents not the achievement of unprecedented human advancement, but a phase in the recovery of capabilities that were systematically suppressed during transformation periods when existing knowledge systems underwent reorganization according to institutional requirements that served emerging control structures rather than human development. In the space between what we remember and what we have been taught to expect about human limitation, we discover questions that extend far beyond historical analysis into the deepest mysteries of human identity and the hidden patterns of knowledge transmission that operate across civilizational boundaries through systems more persistent than official documentation. The systematic examination of colonial historical narratives reveals explanatory frameworks that serve institutional requirements for legitimizing territorial acquisition and cultural domination, rather than providing accurate accounts of the technological and administrative capabilities encountered by European expansion into territories once mapped as Tartarian, suggesting that colonial explanations for advanced infrastructure represent convenient interpretations that concealed evidence of civilizational sophistication that would have challenged justifications for colonial intervention. Colonial documentation throughout North American territories consistently attributes advanced urban infrastructure, sophisticated transportation systems, and complex agricultural organization to European colonial influence, rather than acknowledging pre-existing capabilities among populations that had already achieved comprehensive territorial development. The systematic reframing of discovered infrastructure as colonial achievement rather than inherited capability, the consistent attribution of technological sophistication to European influence rather than indigenous development, the methodical interpretation of advanced organization as colonial innovation rather than existing administrative systems, all point to explanatory frameworks designed to serve institutional requirements rather than historical accuracy. Spanish colonial accounts throughout territories that demonstrated advanced metallurgy, sophisticated urban planning, and complex agricultural systems systematically attributed these achievements to Spanish colonial influence or primitive capabilities gradually improved through European guidance, rather than acknowledging indigenous technological and administrative sophistication that exceeded European capabilities in specific domains. Colonial explanatory frameworks that minimized indigenous achievement, institutional interpretations that emphasized European contribution to existing development, systematic reframing of discovered capabilities as colonial innovation, all designed to legitimize territorial acquisition rather than provide accurate capability assessment. French colonial documentation in territories that revealed advanced transportation infrastructure, sophisticated water management systems, and complex commercial organization consistently interpreted these achievements according to frameworks that emphasized French colonial development, rather than acknowledging pre-existing capabilities that had already achieved comprehensive territorial organization. Systematic attribution of infrastructure to colonial development, consistent interpretation of organization as colonial achievement, methodical reframing of discovered systems as colonial innovation rather than inherited capability. British colonial accounts throughout territories that demonstrated advanced educational institutions, sophisticated legal systems, and complex cultural achievements systematically interpreted these capabilities according to explanatory frameworks that emphasized British civilizing influence rather than acknowledging indigenous institutional sophistication that often exceeded British organizational capabilities in specific administrative domains. Colonial narratives that minimized indigenous institutional achievement, systematic interpretation of discovered organization as British influence, consistent reframing of advanced capabilities as colonial development rather than existing institutional sophistication. The systematic nature of colonial explanatory frameworks across multiple European colonial systems indicates coordinated implementation of interpretive protocols designed to legitimize territorial acquisition through minimization of indigenous capability rather than accurate assessment of encountered civilizational achievement, suggesting that colonial narratives functioned as institutional tools serving political requirements rather than historical documentation systems. The investigation of institutional knowledge preservation systems reveals systematic patterns of selection, emphasis, and suppression that serve emerging administrative requirements rather than comprehensive historical documentation, suggesting that the historical knowledge available to contemporary populations represents not objective documentation of human experience, but carefully curated information systems designed to support specific institutional narratives about human development and civilizational progress. Academic institutional preservation systems demonstrate systematic bias toward documentation that supports linear civilizational development narratives, while suppressing evidence that suggests cyclical patterns, advanced capabilities among supposedly primitive populations, or technological achievements that exceed conventional timelines for human development. University archival systems that emphasize documentation, supporting gradual progress narratives, academic publishing systems that suppress research, revealing advanced capabilities among historical populations, educational institutional frameworks that promote simplified linear development rather than complex cyclical achievement patterns. Museum preservation systems show systematic selection of artifacts and documentation that support institutional narratives about primitive to advanced development progression, while minimizing exhibition of evidence that suggests technological sophistication exceeding conventional historical timelines or administrative capabilities among populations characterized as primitive within official historical frameworks. Curatorial selection processes that emphasize primitive to advanced progression, exhibition frameworks that suppress evidence of advanced historical capabilities, systematic artifact interpretation according to simplified development narratives rather than comprehensive capability assessment. Library preservation systems reveal systematic organization of historical documentation according to categories that promote specific interpretive frameworks, while limiting access to materials that challenge conventional historical narratives about human development, technological progression, and civilizational achievement. Cataloging systems that emphasize documentation supporting linear development narratives, access control systems that limit exposure to materials challenging conventional historical frameworks, systematic organization, according to interpretive categories that promote simplified rather than comprehensive historical understanding. Government archival systems demonstrate systematic classification and access control for historical documentation, according to protocols that serve institutional requirements rather than comprehensive historical preservation, indicating that official historical knowledge represents selected information designed to support specific administrative narratives rather than complete documentation of human civilizational experience. Classification systems that limit access to documentation, challenging official historical narratives, systematic suppression of materials revealing capabilities that exceed conventional development timelines, access control protocols serving institutional requirements rather than historical transparency, the systematic coordination of preservation bias across academic, museum, library, and government institutional systems indicates implementation of comprehensive knowledge management protocols designed to control collective understanding of human civilizational capability through institutional frameworks that serve administrative requirements rather than historical accuracy, suggesting that available historical knowledge represents systematic curation rather than objective documentation. The contemplation of inhabiting architectural environments whose sophistication exceeds our understanding of their creation processes reveals psychological effects that transcend normal spatial experience, creating states of consciousness that challenge conventional understanding of the relationship between human awareness and environmental design, suggesting that architectural inheritance affects human psychology through mechanisms that extend beyond aesthetic appreciation into domains of consciousness that architectural science has yet to systematically investigate. The sensation of inhabiting spaces whose proportional relationships, acoustic properties, and electromagnetic characteristics suggest design principles transcending contemporary architectural understanding creates cognitive dissonance that affects perception of human capability and civilizational achievement. Living within architectural environments that demonstrate mathematical sophistication exceeding documented construction capabilities, experiencing acoustic properties that suggest understanding of harmonic principles surpassing contemporary architectural education, inhabiting spaces whose electromagnetic properties affect consciousness in ways that modern construction rarely achieves, all contribute to psychological states that challenge conventional understanding of human technological development. The daily experience of utilizing infrastructure systems whose complexity and integration exceed what contemporary engineering education adequately explains creates persistent awareness of discrepancy between inherited capability and documented achievement. Using transportation systems whose engineering solutions transcend conventional construction understanding, depending upon water management systems whose hydraulic sophistication exceeds modern municipal engineering, inhabiting heating and lighting systems whose energy efficiency surpasses contemporary technological achievement, all contribute to psychological recognition that inherited infrastructure demonstrates capabilities that challenge linear development narratives. The psychological impact of architectural inheritance extends beyond individual experience into collective consciousness patterns that affect cultural understanding of human potential and civilizational possibility. Populations that inhabit inherited architectural sophistication develop collective psychological patterns that differ significantly from populations that create their architectural environments from undeveloped conditions, suggesting that architectural inheritance affects not only individual consciousness, but also collective cultural expectations about human capability and achievement potential. The electromagnetic properties of inherited architectural environments often create consciousness effects that transcend what modern architectural design typically achieves, suggesting that inherited spaces were designed according to principles that understood the relationship between architectural environment and human consciousness in ways that contemporary architectural education rarely encompasses. The quality of awareness that develops through inhabiting electromagnetically sophisticated architectural environments, the consciousness effects produced by acoustic properties that optimize human awareness rather than merely aesthetic experience, the psychological impacts of proportional relationships that enhance rather than neutral human consciousness development, the recognition that we inhabit architectural inheritance whose sophistication exceeds our understanding of its creation processes creates psychological states that transcend normal environmental experience, suggesting that architectural inheritance functions not merely as physical shelter, but as consciousness development technology whose principles extend far beyond contemporary understanding of the relationship between environmental design and human awareness. The systematic analysis of educational curriculum development during transformation periods reveals comprehensive reorganization of knowledge transmission systems designed to shape collective understanding of human capability, civilizational achievement, and historical development according to frameworks that serve institutional requirements rather than comprehensive human education, suggesting that contemporary educational systems function as memory management technologies rather than knowledge transmission systems. Elementary educational curriculum standardization demonstrates systematic replacement of comprehensive historical knowledge with simplified linear development narratives that minimize human achievement in previous historical periods while emphasizing contemporary technological superiority. Educational frameworks that present human development as gradual progression from primitive origins, curriculum systems that suppress instruction in advanced historical capabilities, systematic educational emphasis on contemporary achievement rather than comprehensive civilizational understanding, all designed to shape collective memory according to specific institutional requirements rather than comprehensive historical education. Secondary educational systems show systematic organization of knowledge transmission according to specialized categories that prevent comprehensive understanding of human civilizational capability through fragmentation of knowledge into separate academic domains that obscure systematic connections between technological, administrative, and cultural achievements. Educational specialization systems that prevent comprehensive civilizational understanding. Curriculum organization that fragments knowledge transmission into isolated categories. Systematic prevention of integrated understanding through academic departmentalization rather than comprehensive educational integration. University educational systems reveal systematic organization of knowledge transmission according to professional specialization requirements that prevent comprehensive understanding of human capability through academic frameworks that serve institutional professional development rather than comprehensive human education. University specialization systems that fragment civilizational knowledge into professional categories. academic organization that prevents comprehensive historical understanding, systematic educational emphasis on professional development rather than comprehensive civilizational awareness. Professional educational systems demonstrate systematic training according to institutional requirements that emphasize specific technical competencies while suppressing comprehensive understanding of human capability and civilizational achievement that might challenge professional authority or institutional control systems. Professional training that limits comprehensive civilizational understanding, systematic educational emphasis on institutional authority rather than independent critical thinking, professional development systems that suppress comprehensive historical awareness that might challenge institutional frameworks, the systematic coordination of memory management across elementary, secondary, university, and professional educational systems indicates implementation of comprehensive consciousness control protocols designed to shape collective understanding of human capability through educational frameworks that serve institutional requirements rather than comprehensive human development, suggesting that contemporary educational systems function as systematic amnesia production rather than knowledge transmission technologies. The exploration of discrepancies between individual experiential knowledge and collectively maintained historical narratives reveals systematic tensions that transcend normal disagreements about historical interpretation, suggesting fundamental conflicts between inherited individual awareness and institutionally maintained collective memory systems that serve administrative requirements rather than accurate historical understanding. Individual architectural experience often contradicts official historical narratives about construction capabilities and technological development through direct sensory awareness of inherited building sophistication that exceeds documented construction capabilities for supposed construction periods. Personal experience of architectural acoustic properties that suggest understanding transcending documented architectural knowledge, individual awareness of structural engineering solutions that exceed explained construction capabilities, direct experiential knowledge of inherited infrastructure sophistication that challenges linear development narratives, all create individual knowledge that contradicts collectively maintained historical frameworks. Family genealogical knowledge frequently contradicts official demographic narratives through preserved family memory of capabilities, achievements, and cultural sophistication that exceed what institutional historical frameworks attribute to family cultural backgrounds during documented historical periods. Inherited family knowledge of technical capabilities that transcend documented historical capabilities, preserved family cultural memory that contradicts simplified historical narratives, genealogical awareness of achievement that exceeds institutional historical attribution, all create individual knowledge systems that challenge collectively maintained historical understanding. Professional experiential knowledge often reveals inherited technical capabilities that contradict institutional narratives about technological development through direct professional experience with infrastructure, techniques, and solutions that demonstrate sophistication exceeding documented development timelines. Professional awareness of inherited technical solutions that transcend documented innovation timelines. Experiential knowledge of infrastructure sophistication that exceeds explained construction capabilities. Individual professional recognition of inherited capabilities that challenge linear technological development narratives. Cultural inherited knowledge preserved through family and community transmission systems frequently contradicts institutional cultural narratives through maintained awareness of cultural achievements, administrative sophistication, and technological capabilities that exceed what institutional frameworks attribute to cultural backgrounds during documented historical periods. Community-preserved knowledge of cultural achievements that transcend institutional historical attribution. Inherited awareness of administrative capabilities that exceed documented organizational development. Family-maintained knowledge of technological sophistication that challenges simplified cultural narratives. The systematic tension between individual experiential knowledge and collectively maintained institutional historical narratives indicates implementation of memory management systems designed to suppress individual awareness, that challenges institutional frameworks rather than integration of individual knowledge with comprehensive historical understanding, suggesting that contemporary knowledge systems function as individual awareness suppression rather than comprehensive knowledge integration technologies. In the liminal moments when individual awareness encounters architectural environments whose atmospheric qualities transcend their documented ages, consciousness enters states of recognition that bypass conventional historical understanding, creating experiential knowledge that challenges every assumption about the relationship between chronological time and accumulated wisdom embedded within environmental design principles that speak of civilizational understanding transcending temporal limitations we have been trained to accept. The quality of light that filters through architectural spaces designed according to principles that optimize rather than merely illuminate human awareness creates atmospheric conditions that affect consciousness in ways that contemporary architectural design rarely achieves, suggesting that inherited spaces were created by civilizations that understood the relationship between environmental energy and human consciousness development according to principles that contemporary education has yet to rediscover. The electromagnetic properties that emanate from inherited architectural environments, the acoustic qualities that enhance rather than merely accommodate human awareness, the proportional relationships that facilitate rather than simply contain human activity, all speak of architectural knowledge that transcended functional considerations to encompass consciousness development technologies. The sensation of inhabiting spaces whose design principles demonstrate understanding of human consciousness development that exceeds contemporary psychological knowledge creates states of awareness that challenge conventional understanding of the relationship between environmental design and human potential, architectural environments that facilitate meditative states through electromagnetic optimization, spaces whose acoustic properties enhance contemplative awareness, environmental design that supports, rather than neutrally accommodates consciousness development, all suggest inherited architectural knowledge that understood human potential according to principles that contemporary understanding has yet to systematically investigate. The atmospheric memory preserved within inherited architectural environments often carries resonances of human activity that transcend normal historical documentation, creating experiential knowledge of human capability and civilizational achievement that challenges every limitation we have been taught to accept about historical populations and their technological sophistication. The quality of silence that accumulates within spaces designed for consciousness development, the electromagnetic resonances that persist within environments created for awareness enhancement, the accumulated wisdom that emanates from architectural elements designed according to consciousness development principles, the recognition that certain inherited spaces facilitate states of awareness that contemporary environments rarely achieve creates experiential knowledge that transcends historical documentation, suggesting that consciousness itself functions as a preservation system that maintains connection to civilizational knowledge across temporal boundaries through experiential inheritance that operates according to principles more subtle and persistent than institutional memory management systems. Here, in the quiet hours when you listen to these words, perhaps lying in your own inherited space, surrounded by architectural elements whose origins extend beyond your understanding, you may recognize within yourself the stirring of knowledge that seems to emerge from within rather than being learned from without, the awakening of awareness that suggests your relationship to human civilizational achievement extends far beyond what official timelines acknowledge about your place in the trajectory of human experience. What if your persistent sense that you are capable of more than contemporary circumstances allow reflects not personal limitation, but systematic suppression of inherited knowledge that operates through consciousness patterns more subtle than conventional education recognizes? What if your attraction to architectural environments that facilitate contemplative awareness, your recognition of technological solutions that feel like remembering rather than discovering, your intuitive understanding of organizational principles that transcend documented learning experience, All indicate connection to knowledge, inheritance systems that transcend individual learning, and extend into civilizational memory preservation that operates through consciousness patterns designed to maintain human capability across transformation periods. The quality of recognition that accompanies your exploration of these mysteries may indicate not discovery of external information, but activation of inherited knowledge systems that operate through consciousness patterns preserved across civilizational boundaries through mechanisms more persistent than institutional documentation. Your sense of familiarity with technological principles that exceed conventional education, your intuitive understanding of organizational systems that transcend documented experience, your recognition of architectural solutions that feel like inherited wisdom rather than learned knowledge, all may indicate participation in knowledge, inheritance patterns that connect individual consciousness to comprehensive civilizational capability. Perhaps your exploration of hidden history reflects not curiosity about external mysteries, but recognition of internal knowledge systems that connect individual awareness to civilizational memory preservation technologies that operate through consciousness patterns designed to maintain human capability across institutional transformation periods. Your sense of being inheritor rather than innovator, your recognition that human potential extends far beyond contemporary limitations, your awareness that technological and administrative solutions often feel like remembering rather than discovering, all may indicate activation of inherited knowledge systems that connect individual consciousness to comprehensive human civilizational achievement. In the contemplation of inheritance and identity, in the recognition that you inhabit architectural sophistication, you did not create. Utilize technological systems whose principles exceed your understanding, and participate in organizational frameworks whose complexity transcends your documented learning experience. You may discover that your sense of being capable of more than circumstances allow reflects not personal inadequacy, but recognition of inherited knowledge systems that connect individual consciousness to comprehensive civilizational capability that transcends every limitation institutional amnesia has worked to maintain. What if you are not discovering forgotten history but remembering inherited knowledge? What if your exploration of these mysteries activates rather than informs consciousness patterns that connect you to civilizational achievement that was never lost, merely systematically concealed within the very frameworks used to understand human limitation and the supposed boundaries of individual potential? From the contemplation of our position as inheritors of architectural sophistication and technological capabilities that exceed our understanding of their creation, we are drawn to examine the most systematically misrepresented populations in conventional historical narratives. Those whom official histories label as Tartars are portrayed through centuries of institutional documentation as primitive horsemen whose supposed barbarism justified their erasure from serious civilizational consideration, yet whose actual achievements suggest technological and administrative sophistication that challenges every assumption about nomadic limitation and the supposed incompatibility between mobile lifestyles and advanced civilizational development. The persistence of the barbarian narrative serves institutional requirements that extend far beyond simple historical misrepresentation, functioning as explanatory framework that prevents recognition of civilizational models operating according to principles that transcend the sedentary agricultural paradigm through which conventional histories measure human achievement. What if the systematic characterization of Tartar populations as primitive destroyers represents not historical documentation, but deliberate concealment of civilizational capabilities that demonstrated technological mastery, administrative sophistication, and cultural achievements that would have challenged emerging narratives about the supposed superiority of sedentary civilizational models? Consider the cognitive dissonance that emerges when examining the actual infrastructural evidence throughout territories that conventional histories attribute to primitive Tartar-controlled sophisticated urban planning that suggests comprehensive administrative coordination, advanced metallurgical achievements that indicate systematic technological development, complex water management systems that demonstrate hydraulic engineering mastery, all attributed to populations supposedly incapable of anything beyond mounted warfare and pastoral subsistence. The contradiction between documented capability and attributed primitivism becomes so profound that it suggests systematic misrepresentation rather than historical misunderstanding. The quality of technological achievement visible throughout territories associated with Tartar administration reveals engineering capabilities, organizational sophistication, and systematic planning that conventional nomadic limitation narratives cannot accommodate. These are not the scattered achievements of primitive populations gradually adopting civilizational capabilities from sedentary neighbors, but systematic implementation of advanced technologies that suggest comprehensive understanding of engineering principles, administrative requirements, and territorial management that transcended the supposed limitations of mobile civilizational organization. Perhaps the most profound evidence of systematic misrepresentation lies in the linguistic traces we have already examined, the preservation within Tartar languages of technical vocabularies, administrative terminologies, and conceptual frameworks that indicate not primitive pastoral limitation, but sophisticated understanding of technologies, organizational systems, and territorial management principles that conventional historical narratives attribute exclusively to sedentary civilizations. In the space between what we have been taught about Tartar primitivism and what physical evidence reveals about their actual capabilities, we discover questions that extend far beyond historical revision into fundamental reconsideration of civilizational models and the hidden potential of organizational systems that transcend sedentary limitation. The examination of trade infrastructure throughout the vast networks conventionally labeled as the Silk Road reveals organizational sophistication, logistical coordination, and systematic commercial management that transcends what primitive nomadic traders should have achieved through gradual commercial development, suggesting instead comprehensive understanding of transcontinental commerce, systematic currency management, and coordinated logistics that indicate civilizational capabilities far exceeding conventional historical attribution. Trade route engineering throughout Central Asian territories demonstrates systematic optimization of transportation corridors, strategic positioning of commercial infrastructure, and coordinated development of support systems that suggest comprehensive planning rather than organic commercial evolution. The precision of route selection that minimized distance while maximizing security and resource availability, the systematic positioning of caravanserai that provided coordinated support infrastructure across thousands of miles, the integration of diverse transportation modes that optimize commercial efficiency, all indicate master planning that transcended what independent trader networks should have achieved through market evolution. Commercial documentation systems preserved in various archives reveal standardized protocols, systematic record-keeping methods, and coordinated administrative procedures that operated across linguistic, cultural, and political boundaries with precision that suggests comprehensive commercial organization rather than informal trader networks. Bills of exchange that functioned across continental distances with reliability exceeding modern banking systems, standardized commercial contracts that operated across diverse legal systems, coordinated credit mechanisms that enable transcontinental commerce without physical currency transport, all implemented with systematic sophistication that indicates advanced commercial civilization. The technological infrastructure supporting Silk Road commerce demonstrates engineering capabilities that exceed what conventional histories attribute to the nomadic populations who supposedly operated these networks through primitive trading methods. Advanced preservation techniques that enabled transport of perishable goods across continental distances, sophisticated packaging systems that protected delicate merchandise through extreme environmental conditions, coordinated scheduling systems that synchronized commercial activities across vast networks, all suggest technological capabilities that transcended primitive trading limitations. Currency systems that operated throughout Silk Road networks reveal monetary sophistication, systematic exchange mechanisms, and coordinated value management that enabled stable transcontinental commerce across diverse economic systems. The standardization of value measurements across culturally separated regions, the coordination of exchange mechanisms that operated without central banking infrastructure, the systematic management of currency flows that maintained commercial stability, all indicate advanced economic understanding that challenges conventional narratives about primitive barter systems, gradually evolving toward monetary commerce. What emerges from systematic examination is recognition that the Silk Road represented not gradually evolved trade routes operated by primitive merchants, but comprehensive commercial infrastructure demonstrating civilizational capabilities that transcended conventional understanding of nomadic limitation and suggested instead mastery of transcontinental commerce through organizational sophistication that exceeded contemporary sedentary commercial systems. The systematic analysis of infrastructure throughout territories attributed to Mongol imperial control reveals engineering achievements, administrative sophistication, and organizational capabilities that profoundly contradict conventional narratives about primitive horsemen, temporarily controlling vast territories through military dominance before inevitable fragmentation due to inherent nomadic limitations in sustained territorial administration. Urban planning throughout Mongol-controlled territories demonstrates systematic implementation of sophisticated design principles, coordinated infrastructure development, and comprehensive administrative organization that suggests not temporary military occupation, but sustained civilizational development according to advanced urban planning principles. Cities that supposedly emerged under primitive Mongol administration show mathematical precision in layout, sophisticated integration of water management systems, advanced defensive engineering that incorporated the latest military architectural innovations, all implemented with consistency across geographically separated urban centers that indicate systematic planning rather than local adaptation. Administrative documentation from the Mongol period reveals bureaucratic sophistication, systematic record-keeping protocols, and coordinated governmental procedures that operated across the largest contiguous land empire in recorded history, with efficiency that challenges every assumption about nomadic administrative limitation. Standardized administrative protocols that functioned across diverse cultural regions, coordinated tax systems that operated with precision across continental distances, systematic legal frameworks that integrated diverse judicial traditions, all implemented with sophistication that suggests comprehensive governmental capability rather than primitive military dominance. Communication infrastructure attributed to Mongol development demonstrates engineering capabilities and systematic coordination that enabled rapid information transmission across continental distances with reliability that exceeded contemporary European communication systems. The famous Yam postal system that provided systematic relay stations across thousands of miles, standardized protocols that enabled reliable message transmission, coordinated scheduling systems that optimized communication speed, all suggest technological and organizational sophistication that transcended supposed nomadic limitations. Military engineering capabilities demonstrated throughout Mongol territorial expansion reveal systematic understanding of siege technology, defensive architecture, and strategic infrastructure that indicates comprehensive military science rather than primitive cavalry tactics. The rapid adoption and improvement of Chinese siege technology, the systematic development of defensive systems that incorporated the latest architectural innovations, the coordinated implementation of military infrastructure across vast territories, the examination of technological capabilities attributed to various Khan dynasties throughout Central Asian history reveals systematic mastery of engineering principles, administrative innovations, and organizational sophistication that profoundly challenges conventional narratives about primitive tribal leaders gradually adopting civilizational capabilities from conquered sedentary populations. Hydraulic engineering projects attributed to Khan administration demonstrate comprehensive understanding of water management principles, systematic implementation of irrigation infrastructure, and coordinated development of agricultural systems that transformed vast territories from marginal grazing lands into productive agricultural regions, the precision of hydraulic calculations that optimized water distribution across diverse topographies, the systematic integration of irrigation networks with existing water sources, the coordinated development of reservoir systems that provided sustained water availability, all implemented with engineering sophistication that suggests inherited technical knowledge rather than primitive pastoral limitation. Metallurgical achievements throughout Khan-controlled territories reveal systematic development of alloy technologies, sophisticated production techniques, and coordinated manufacturing systems that produced weapons, tools, and architectural elements of exceptional quality. The standardization of metallurgical processes across geographically separated production centers, the optimization of alloy compositions for specific applications, the systematic quality control that maintained production standards, all indicate comprehensive metallurgical knowledge that transcended primitive craft limitation. Architectural projects attributed to Khan patronage demonstrate sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, acoustic principles, and aesthetic integration that created monumental structures rivaling the greatest achievements of sedentary civilizations. Mosques that incorporated advanced acoustic engineering for optimal sound distribution, palaces that demonstrated sophisticated climate control through architectural design, fortifications that integrated the latest defensive innovations with aesthetic grandeur, all suggest comprehensive architectural knowledge that challenged conventional assumptions about nomadic cultural limitation. Educational institutions established under Khan administration reveal systematic approaches to knowledge preservation, coordinated curriculum development, and comprehensive educational frameworks that maintained and transmitted sophisticated technical and administrative knowledge across generations. Libraries that preserved vast collections of technical manuscripts, educational systems that transmitted advanced mathematical and engineering knowledge, coordinated networks of scholars who maintained systematic knowledge development, all indicate civilizational commitment to knowledge advancement that contradicted primitive stereotypes. The systematic nature of technological and administrative achievements across various Khan dynasties suggests not gradual adoption of civilizational capabilities from conquered populations, but continued implementation of inherited knowledge systems by populations who maintained sophisticated technical and organizational capabilities despite conventional historical characterization as primitive nomadic conquerors. The investigation of cultural interaction patterns throughout territories associated with Tartar administration reveals sophisticated synthesis mechanisms, systematic integration protocols, and coordinated cultural development that transcended simple conquest dynamics to create hybrid civilizational models demonstrating capabilities that exceeded both nomadic and sedentary limitations through synergistic combination of diverse cultural strengths. Linguistic synthesis throughout Tartar-administered territories demonstrates systematic integration of technical vocabularies, administrative terminologies, and cultural concepts from diverse linguistic traditions into functional communication systems that enabled coordinated administration across culturally diverse populations. The development of administrative languages that incorporated technical terminology from multiple sources, the systematic standardization of commercial vocabulary that enabled transcultural trade, the coordinated evolution of diplomatic languages that facilitated international relations, all suggest sophisticated cultural synthesis rather than primitive linguistic domination. Technological synthesis patterns reveal systematic integration of engineering knowledge from diverse cultural sources, coordinated implementation of hybrid technical solutions, an innovative combination of different technological traditions that produce capabilities exceeding what individual cultural systems had achieved independently. The integration of Chinese gunpowder technology with Central Asian metallurgy to produce superior weapon systems. The combination of Persian architectural principles with Mongol military engineering to create innovative fortification designs. The synthesis of diverse agricultural techniques to optimize production across varied environments all demonstrate sophisticated technological integration rather than primitive cultural limitation. Administrative synthesis throughout Tartar-controlled territories shows systematic integration of governmental traditions from conquered populations with nomadic organizational principles to create hybrid administrative systems, demonstrating exceptional efficiency across diverse territorial conditions. The combination of Chinese bureaucratic systems with nomadic flexibility to create adaptive governance structures, the integration of Islamic legal principles with traditional customary law to produce comprehensive judicial frameworks, the synthesis of diverse tax systems into coordinated revenue generation mechanisms, all indicate sophisticated administrative innovation rather than primitive governmental limitation. Religious and philosophical synthesis demonstrates systematic integration of diverse spiritual traditions, coordinated development of syncretic belief systems, and sophisticated philosophical frameworks that transcended sectarian limitations to create inclusive spiritual systems that unified rather than divided diverse populations. The integration of Buddhist, Islamic, and indigenous spiritual traditions into functional religious frameworks, the development of philosophical systems that synthesize diverse intellectual traditions, the creation of educational institutions that transmitted integrated knowledge systems, all suggest sophisticated cultural synthesis capabilities. The systematic nature of cultural synthesis across technological, administrative, linguistic, and spiritual domains indicates not primitive peoples gradually adopting advanced systems from conquered populations, but sophisticated civilizational capabilities that transcended both nomadic and sedentary limitations through systematic integration of diverse cultural strengths into hybrid systems demonstrating superior capability. The synthesis of military capability with engineering sophistication throughout Tartar-associated territories reveals civilizational models that transcended conventional dichotomies between warrior cultures and technical civilizations, suggesting instead integrated development of military and engineering capabilities that produce technological innovations through systematic application of combat requirements to engineering challenges. Military engineering innovations attributed to Tartar forces demonstrate systematic integration of combat experience with technical knowledge to produce technological solutions that advance both military capability and general engineering science. Siege equipment that incorporated sophisticated mechanical principles to achieve superior performance, portable bridges that demonstrated advanced structural engineering adapted for military mobility, field fortifications that integrated defensive requirements with engineering efficiency, all suggest systematic fusion of military and technical knowledge rather than primitive warrior limitation. The mobility requirements of nomadic military organization drove engineering innovations that produced technological solutions applicable beyond military context into general civilizational advancement. Transportation technologies that optimize load capacity while maintaining mobility, preservation techniques that enabled extended campaigns without established supply bases, communication systems that coordinated dispersed forces across continental distances, all demonstrate how military requirements drove technological innovation that benefited broader civilizational development. Metallurgical innovations driven by military requirements produced advances in alloy technology, production techniques, and quality control that exceeded contemporary sedentary civilizational capabilities in specific domains. The development of superior steel alloys for weapons production that also enabled advanced tool manufacturing, innovations in rapid production techniques that maintained quality while increasing output, systematic approaches to metallurgical quality control that ensured consistent performance, all indicate how military requirements drove broader technological advancement. The organizational innovations required for coordinating nomadic military forces across continental distances produced administrative capabilities applicable to general governmental and commercial organization, command structures that enabled coordinated action across vast distances without modern communication, logistics systems that maintained forces without established infrastructure, intelligence networks that gathered and transmitted information across cultural and linguistic boundaries. all demonstrate organizational sophistication that transcended military application into general civilizational capability. The concept of warrior engineers challenges conventional separation between military and civilian technological development, suggesting instead that nomadic civilizations achieve technological advancement through systematic integration of combat requirements with engineering innovation, producing hybrid capabilities that transcended both primitive warrior stereotypes and sedentary technical limitations. What if the populations labelled as Tartars in conventional historical narratives represented not primitive invaders who destroyed advanced civilizations, but inheritors of technological and administrative knowledge from previous civilizational cycles, who were systematically mischaracterized to conceal evidence of advanced capabilities that contradicted emerging historical narratives about linear civilizational development from primitive origins? Consider the possibility that the rapid appearance of sophisticated administrative systems, advanced technologies, and comprehensive organizational capabilities throughout Tartar-controlled territories represented not gradual adoption from conquered populations, but systematic implementation of inherited knowledge by populations who maintained civilizational capabilities through mobile organizational systems that transcended sedentary limitations. The speed with which complex governmental structures emerged, the sophistication of technological solutions that appeared without documented development periods, the comprehensive nature of administrative systems that functioned across vast territories, all suggest inherited rather than developed capabilities. What if the characterization of Tartars as destroyers of civilization served institutional requirements for concealing evidence that mobile populations had achieved technological and administrative sophistication that challenged narratives requiring sedentary agricultural development as prerequisite for civilizational advancement? The systematic misrepresentation of nomadic capabilities, the attribution of their achievements to conquered populations, the erasure of documentary evidence that would have revealed their actual sophistication, all serving to maintain historical frameworks that justified sedentary civilizational superiority. The possibility emerges that Tartar populations represented continuity with advanced civilizations that underwent transformation during catastrophic events that destroyed sedentary infrastructure, while mobile populations maintained civilizational knowledge through organizational systems that survived environmental disruption. What if the great libraries that vanished without trace contained documentation of previous civilizational achievements that Tartar populations inherited and preserved through mobile knowledge systems that transcended the vulnerability of fixed repositories? What if their military engineering capabilities represented not primitive warrior culture, but systematic preservation of defensive technologies from civilizations that had faced similar threats? What if their commercial networks represented not gradual trade development, but restoration of transcontinental economic systems that had operated in previous civilizational cycles? In the contemplation of Tartar capabilities and their systematic misrepresentation in conventional historical narratives, we discover evidence suggesting that mobile civilizational models may represent not primitive alternatives to sedentary development, but sophisticated survival strategies that preserved human knowledge and capability through transformation periods that destroyed fixed infrastructure while maintaining civilizational continuity through organizational systems that transcended territorial limitation. What if we ourselves are inheritors of capabilities preserved through mobile civilizational systems that maintained human knowledge across catastrophic disruptions? And what if the systematic suppression of Tartar achievement represents not historical accuracy, but concealment of evidence that human civilizational potential transcends the limitations that sedentary institutional systems require us to accept? In recognizing the possibility that barbarians were actually inheritors, we open awareness to civilizational models that transcend conventional limitation and suggest human organizational potential that extends far beyond what institutional histories acknowledge as possible. From the contemplation of mobile civilizational models and the possibility that those labeled as destroyers were actually inheritors of advanced knowledge, we turn to the present moment, where technological capabilities supposedly unique to our era reveal evidence that continues to emerge despite systematic institutional resistance. Archaeological discoveries that shatter conventional timelines, artifacts that demonstrate technologies we supposedly just invented, and physical evidence that suggests our modern achievements may represent rediscovery rather than innovation. Across the globe, construction projects and archaeological excavations continue to unearth artifacts whose sophistication and implications are quickly buried beneath academic dismissal or bureaucratic classification. Ground-penetrating radar reveals vast underground networks whose construction would challenge our current engineering capabilities. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside advanced metallurgical artifacts yields dates that precede the supposed invention of such technologies by centuries or millennia. Yet these discoveries rarely penetrate mainstream archaeological discourse, existing instead in the liminal space between discovery and acknowledgement, between physical evidence and institutional acceptance. Consider the excavations in Eastern Europe that revealed precision-machined metal spheres within geological strata, supposedly millions of years old, their surfaces showing tooling marks that suggest manufacturing processes we associate with modern industrial capability, or the underwater structures off various coastlines, whose architectural sophistication and preservation state indicates submersion far more recently than sea level data should allow. These are not isolated anomalies, but part of a persistent pattern of discoveries that suggest either our dating methods are fundamentally flawed, or human technological capability extends far deeper into the past than institutional timelines acknowledge. The quality of suppression that surrounds these discoveries carries its own frequency, a systematic dampening of inquiry that operates through funding restrictions, publication barriers, and career pressures that ensure most archaeologists learn to see only what institutional frameworks permit. Yet the evidence continues to emerge, carried forward by the same technological capabilities that were supposed to confirm our contemporary superiority, instead revealing that we may be merely approaching levels of achievement that were reached before, forgotten, and are now being remembered through the very tools we believed demonstrated our unprecedented advancement. The deployment of satellite imaging technology and advanced remote sensing capabilities has created an unintended archaeology of the invisible, revealing patterns and structures beneath the Earth's surface that suggest systematic global infrastructure whose scope and sophistication challenge every assumption about historical human capability and the supposed limitations of pre-industrial civilizations. Thermal imaging satellites detect geometric patterns beneath agricultural fields across Europe, Asia, and the Americas' vast networks of foundations, roadways, and structural elements that indicate coordinated construction on scales that dwarf known historical projects. These are not random archaeological traces, but systematic patterns that suggest integrated infrastructure systems spanning continents with standardization that indicates central planning rather than organic development. LIDAR technology penetrates jungle canopies to reveal urban complexes of staggering extent. Their sophisticated planning and integrated water management systems indicating populations and organizational capabilities that conventional historical models cannot accommodate. The mathematical precision of these revealed cities, their astronomical alignments, their integration with landscape features that required comprehensive surveying capabilities, all detected by technologies that were supposed to confirm our modern superiority over primitive ancestors. Magnetic anomaly detection reveals underground structures that conventional archaeology either ignores or explains away through theoretical frameworks that grow increasingly strained. Vast tunnel networks that show evidence of advanced excavation techniques, underground chambers whose dimensions and acoustic properties suggest purposes we can only speculate about, metallic deposits in configurations that indicate artificial placement rather than natural geological processes, all revealed by instruments designed for resource exploitation, but instead uncovering evidence of exploitation that preceded our own, by margins that challenge comprehension. The patterns revealed by satellite archaeology demonstrate not isolated achievements, but integrated global systems that suggest coordination and standardization across distances that supposedly isolated ancient civilizations. The same geometric principles appearing in underground structures across continents, the same engineering solutions implemented in regions that conventional history claims had no contact, the same evidence of advanced planning and execution that indicates shared knowledge rather than independent development. The digitization of historical archives and the application of pattern recognition algorithms to vast data sets has created new forms of archaeological investigation that reveal connections and patterns invisible to individual human researchers, uncovering evidence of systematic historical revision and coordinated information suppression that operated across institutions and centuries with precision that suggests deliberate knowledge management rather than organic historical development. Machine learning algorithms applied to digitized map collections reveal systematic alterations in geographical representation that correlate with specific historical periods and institutional changes. The same territories showing different configurations not through improved surveying but through coordinated cartographic revision. Digital comparison of successive map editions reveals not gradual improvement, but systematic elimination of features, cities, and even entire regions that existed in earlier documentation but vanished from later representation without historical explanation. Natural language processing applied to vast archives of historical texts reveals linguistic patterns that suggest coordinated revision of historical narratives across multiple languages and cultural contexts. The same events described with systematically altered terminology. The same technological achievements attributed to different time periods. The same evidence of capabilities reassigned to fit institutional timelines. The precision of these alterations, their coordination across supposedly independent scholarly traditions, their timing with specific institutional transformations, all revealed by digital analysis that detects patterns human scholars missed or were trained to ignore. Database analysis of archaeological reports reveals systematic patterns in the classification and subsequent treatment of anomalous discoveries, artifacts that challenge conventional timelines showing consistent patterns of reclassification, storage in inaccessible collections, or simple disappearance from institutional records. The digital traces of these objects catalogue entries that lead nowhere, reference numbers that correspond to empty storage locations, photographic documentation that vanishes from digital archives, create their own archaeology of suppression. Image analysis software applied to historical photographs reveals alterations and modifications that predate digital manipulation technologies, suggesting systematic revision of visual historical records using techniques whose sophistication challenges our assumptions about pre-digital information control. Buildings that appear in one photograph vanish from another taken from the same angle. Architectural features that exist in early documentation disappear from later versions. Crowds that fill public spaces in original prints vanish from subsequent publications. The systematic examination of academic institutional responses to anomalous discoveries reveals patterns of resistance that transcend individual skepticism or scholarly conservatism, suggesting instead coordinated mechanisms of knowledge suppression that operate through funding structures, publication gatekeeping, and career incentive systems designed to maintain institutional narratives rather than advance human understanding. Research proposals investigating archaeological anomalies face funding rejection rates that statistically exceed what academic quality concerns should produce. The same institutions that fund incremental research within accepted paradigms systematically reject investigations that might challenge institutional timelines. Grant review committees staffed by scholars whose careers depend upon maintaining conventional frameworks evaluate proposals that would investigate evidence challenging those very frameworks. The systematic examination of academic institutional responses to anomalous discoveries reveals patterns of resistance that transcend individual skepticism or scholarly conservatism, suggesting instead coordinated mechanisms of knowledge suppression that operate through funding structures, publication gatekeeping, and career incentive systems designed to maintain institutional narratives rather than advance human understanding. Research proposals investigating archaeological anomalies face funding rejection rates that statistically exceed what academic quality concerns should produce. The same institutions that fund incremental research within accepted paradigms systematically reject investigations that might challenge institutional timelines. Grant review committees staffed by scholars whose careers depend upon maintaining conventional frameworks evaluate proposals that would investigate evidence challenging those very frameworks. The circularity of this system ensures that anomalous evidence remains uninvestigated, not through scientific skepticism, but through economic strangulation. Publication barriers facing research that documents anomalous discoveries operate through peer review systems that privilege institutional conformity over evidential quality. Manuscripts documenting discoveries that challenge conventional timelines face rejection rates that correlate not with methodological rigor, but with institutional implications. The same journals that publish speculative theories supporting accepted paradigms reject documented evidence that suggests alternative possibilities. Editorial boards staffed by scholars whose reputations rest upon conventional frameworks evaluate research that would require fundamental revision of those frameworks. Career pressures facing archaeologists and historians who pursue anomalous evidence create systematic incentives for intellectual conformity rather than genuine inquiry. Scholars who document discoveries challenging institutional timelines face marginalization, funding elimination, and career destruction that serves as effective warning to others who might be tempted to see what institutions prefer remain unseen. The academic survivors are those who learn to excavate within acceptable parameters, to interpret within permitted frameworks, to discover only what institutional histories can accommodate. The psychological mechanisms of academic resistance operate through trained incapacity educational systems that teach scholars to see through theoretical frameworks that automatically exclude anomalous evidence. Years of specialized training create neural pathways that literally prevent perception of evidence that contradicts internalized paradigms. The most successful academics are often those most thoroughly indoctrinated, their expertise consisting largely of sophisticated explanations for why anomalous evidence cannot mean what it appears to mean. The investigation of historical preservation institutions reveals systematic patterns of selection and neglect that serve institutional narratives rather than comprehensive cultural heritage protection, suggesting that preservation societies function as mechanisms of selective memory that maintain evidence supporting conventional historical frameworks while allowing contradictory evidence to deteriorate through calculated neglect. Preservation funding patterns demonstrate systematic bias towards sites and structures that support conventional historical narratives, while sites containing evidence of anomalous sophistication face persistent underfunding or active neglect. Buildings whose architectural features suggest construction capabilities exceeding their supposed historical period receive minimal preservation support. Sites containing evidence of advanced technologies in supposedly primitive contexts are left to deteriorate, while less significant but paradigm-confirming sites receive extensive conservation resources. Documentation practices within preservation institutions reveal selective attention that emphasizes features supporting institutional timelines while minimizing or ignoring evidence of anachronistic sophistication. Architectural surveys that meticulously document conventional features while overlooking precision engineering that shouldn't exist in their historical context. Preservation reports that explain away anomalous construction techniques through increasingly strained theoretical frameworks rather than acknowledging their implications. Access control systems implemented by preservation societies create barriers between anomalous evidence and public awareness through visiting restrictions, photography prohibitions, and guided tour narratives that direct attention away from problematic features. Sites containing evidence of advanced engineering face access limitations justified through safety concerns that don't apply to similar but less problematic locations. Photography restrictions that prevent documentation of anomalous features while permitting extensive recording of conventional elements. The composition of preservation society leadership reveals institutional networks that ensure continuity of selective conservation practices across generations of management. Board positions filled through processes that select for institutional conformity rather than preservation expertise. Leadership networks that coordinate preservation priorities across supposedly independent organizations. Funding relationships that ensure preservation societies remain dependent upon institutions whose historical narratives they effectively protect through selective conservation. The examination of heritage tourism systems reveals sophisticated mechanisms of perception management that transform sites containing evidence of anomalous sophistication into confirmations of conventional historical narratives through carefully orchestrated visitor experiences that direct attention, shape interpretation, and prevent unmediated encounter with contradictory evidence. Tourist route design at archaeological sites demonstrates systematic direction of visitor movement that emphasizes conventional interpretations while bypassing or minimizing exposure to anomalous features. Walkways that guide visitors past impressive but paradigm-confirming elements while avoiding areas where construction techniques or architectural features might raise uncomfortable questions. Viewing platforms positioned to showcase expected features while obscuring perspectives that might reveal anachronistic sophistication. Interpretive materials provided to tourists create cognitive frameworks that predetermine perception of physical evidence through historical narratives that explain what visitors should see rather than allowing unmediated observation. Audio guides that provide constant narrative overlay, preventing silent contemplation of anomalous features. Informational plaques that offer elaborate explanations for simple features, while dismissing complex engineering as primitive approximation. Virtual reality experiences that reconstruct sites according to institutional timelines rather than physical evidence. Guide training programs ensure uniform presentation of institutional narratives through standardized scripts, approved explanations, and systematic discouragement of questions that might lead toward anomalous evidence. Professional guides learn to redirect visitor attention from problematic features through practiced narratives that maintain engagement while preventing deep observation. Question handling protocols that provide standard responses to inquiries about anachronistic elements. Performance evaluation systems that reward narrative conformity while penalizing guides who encourage critical observation. Photography restrictions at heritage sites operate selectively to prevent documentation of anomalous features, while permitting extensive recording of conventional elements. Prohibited zones that coincidentally encompass areas containing evidence of advanced engineering. Lighting systems that illuminate expected features while leaving anomalous elements in shadow. Security procedures that monitor visitor photography for images that might document features contradicting official narratives. The investigation of contemporary underground infrastructure reveals systematic patterns connecting modern tunnel networks with historical precedents, whose construction methods and integration suggest inherited knowledge of subterranean engineering principles that transcend conventional explanations of gradual technological development. Modern urban tunnel systems often incorporate or expand upon pre-existing underground networks, whose origins remain officially unexplained despite engineering features that suggest systematic planning and construction capabilities, exceeding what historical records attribute to their supposed builders. Cities worldwide report discovery of tunnel sections during infrastructure projects that demonstrate construction techniques predating known tunneling technologies. The integration of these discovered sections with modern systems often proceeds without investigation of their origins or implications. Military and governmental underground facilities frequently utilize natural cavern systems that show evidence of previous artificial modification, using techniques that suggest advanced engineering capabilities in supposedly prehistoric periods. Precision-carved chambers within natural cave systems that demonstrate acoustic properties, structural reinforcement, and systematic planning that nature alone cannot explain. The classification of these sites for security purposes conveniently prevents investigation of their anomalous features. The global distribution of underground anomalies suggests systematic implementation of subterranean infrastructure rather than isolated local development. similar construction techniques appearing in underground structures across continents that supposedly had no historical contact, standardized dimensions and engineering solutions that indicate shared knowledge rather than independent innovation, integration patterns that suggest these underground networks once formed connected systems whose full extent remains deliberately unexplored. Modern construction projects continue to encounter underground structures whose sophistication exceeds surface archaeology at the same locations, basement excavations that reveal precisely engineered chambers extending far below what historical records suggest, utility installations that intersect tunnel systems showing advanced ventilation, drainage, and structural support that shouldn't exist at their depths. The routine nature with which construction crews encounter and seal such discoveries suggests systematic protocols for managing evidence that contradicts conventional timelines. In the pursuit of evidence that institutions prefer remains hidden, researchers enter psychological territories that transcend normal academic investigation, experiencing cognitive and emotional states that suggest the information itself carries frequencies that affect consciousness in ways that conventional scholarship cannot acknowledge or explain. The quality of resistance encountered when investigating suppressed historical evidence operates not merely through external institutional barriers, but through internal psychological effects that suggest certain knowledge carries its own protection against casual discovery. Researchers report consistent experiences of cognitive fog when approaching breakthrough insights, sudden diversions of attention when close to connecting crucial evidence, mysterious loss of documentation at critical moments that seems to transcend mere coincidence. The isolation that surrounds serious investigation of forbidden history creates psychological pressures that test commitment to truth beyond what normal academic research demands. The gradual recognition that trusted colleagues will withdraw support, that institutional resources will evaporate, that career prospects will vanish, all creating a refining fire that eliminates casual curiosity while strengthening genuine commitment to understanding. An actual discovery, the researcher must choose between comfortable conformity and uncomfortable truth, between institutional acceptance. Synchronicities multiply around genuine investigation of suppressed history, suggesting that the information itself participates in its own revelation to those prepared to receive it. Documents appear through improbable circumstances just when needed. Contacts manifest who provide crucial missing pieces. Obstacles that seem insurmountable suddenly resolve through unexpected developments. The frequency of such experiences among independent researchers suggests patterns that transcend statistical probability. The transformation that occurs within researchers who persist despite institutional resistance indicates that forbidden history functions as initiatory knowledge that changes those who genuinely encounter it. The expansion of perception that allows recognition of evidence previously invisible. The development of intuitive faculties that guide investigation beyond what logic alone would suggest. The awakening of memories that seem to transcend individual experience, as if the knowledge itself activates dormant capabilities within human consciousness. What emerges from sustained investigation of suppressed history is recognition that the boundaries between researcher and researched begin to dissolve, that the seeker becomes part of what is sought, that consciousness itself functions as both the instrument of discovery and the territory being explored. In the liminal space between official history and forbidden knowledge, investigators discover not merely information about the past, but activation of potentials within themselves that suggest human consciousness carries capabilities that institutional education systematically suppresses, along with the historical evidence of their previous manifestation. The transition from investigating modern echoes of ancient sophistication to contemplating the deeper principles governing historical revelation brings us to recognition that knowledge itself operates according to vibrational laws that determine its accessibility to human consciousness, suggesting that civilizational achievements and their subsequent concealment follow patterns more resembling musical harmony than linear chronology. Truth does not hide, rather, consciousness must attune to frequencies where truth resides. The persistent emergence and suppression of evidence regarding advanced historical capabilities suggests not random discovery and loss, but systematic cycles of resonance between human collective consciousness and the information fields where civilizational memory persists. What we call discovery may represent moments when human consciousness achieves temporary harmonic alignment with knowledge that exists continuously but remains inaccessible to awareness operating at incompatible frequencies. Consider how certain individuals throughout history have accessed identical insights independently, separated by geography and culture, yet discovering the same principles as if tuning into a broadcast that transmits continuously but can only be received by consciousness operating at specific frequencies. The simultaneous invention of technologies, the independent recognition of mathematical principles, the parallel emergence of spiritual insights, all suggesting that knowledge exists in fields that consciousness accesses through resonance rather than creates through reasoning. The readiness principle operates both individually and collectively, determining not what can be discovered, but what can be integrated without destroying the discovering consciousness. Premature exposure to certain truths creates psychological fragmentation rather than enlightenment. Institutional suppression of anomalous evidence may serve not merely power structures but protective functions, preventing collective consciousness from encountering information that would shatter rather than expand current reality frameworks. Yet we find ourselves in an era where the frequency of collective consciousness appears to be shifting, where truths long hidden begin emerging through multiple channels simultaneously, where the institutional barriers that maintain separation between conventional and forbidden knowledge show increasing permeability. The question becomes not whether hidden truths will emerge, but whether human consciousness can evolve rapidly enough to integrate what it is beginning to remember. The contemplation of civilizational cycles reveals that historical periods possess distinct vibrational signatures that determine not merely their technological capabilities, but their fundamental relationship to reality itself, suggesting that what we interpret as primitive or advanced may reflect frequency relationships rather than evolutionary development. Each age manifests within specific frequency ranges that determine what possibilities can actualize within its reality framework. Technologies that function effortlessly within one frequency domain may become impossible within another, not through loss of knowledge but through shift in the fundamental resonance that allows certain principles to operate. What we interpret as technological progress may represent movement through frequency domains rather than linear advancement, with each domain offering unique possibilities while excluding others. The architectural evidence we have examined suggests construction, according to principles that utilize frequency relationships our current age cannot fully access. The acoustic properties of ancient structures that create consciousness effects beyond what modern architecture achieves. The electromagnetic characteristics of buildings that suggest intentional frequency manipulation. The mathematical relationships embedded in proportions that resonate with cosmic rather than merely aesthetic principles, all pointing towards civilizations that operated within frequency domains, offering possibilities our current resonance cannot fully actualize. The catastrophic transitions between ages may represent frequency shifts rather than physical destruction alone. When civilizational frequency changes dramatically, technologies dependent upon previous resonance cease functioning. Knowledge encoded in incompatible frequencies becomes inaccessible, and populations must rebuild within new vibrational parameters that offer different possibilities while excluding previous capabilities. The Mudflood evidence suggests rapid frequency transition that literally buried one vibrational age beneath another. Our current age appears to oscillate between frequency domains, accounting for both our technological capabilities and our limitations. We achieve certain mechanical and electronic manipulations of matter, while remaining largely deaf to frequency relationships that previous ages utilized naturally. Yet the increasing emergence of evidence from other frequency domains suggests we approach another transition, where the boundaries between ages become permeable and consciousness gains access to possibilities that transcend current limitations. The recognition that architectural spaces function as frequency modulators that shape consciousness leads to understanding that the inherited buildings we inhabit were designed according to principles that transcended mere shelter or aesthetic expression, serving instead as technologies for consciousness development through environmental frequency manipulation. Sacred architecture across cultures demonstrates consistent use of proportions, geometries, and materials that create specific frequency environments affecting human consciousness in predictable ways. The golden ratio appearing in structures worldwide not as aesthetic choice, but as frequency relationship that harmonizes human consciousness with cosmic rhythms. Acoustic designs that utilize resonance to induce altered states. Electromagnetic properties that create energy fields affecting awareness in ways modern architecture rarely achieves. The cathedral technologies we examined reveal sophisticated understanding of how architectural space functions as consciousness interface. Spires that collect and distribute atmospheric electricity create electromagnetic environments that facilitate expanded awareness. Acoustic properties that utilize specific frequencies to induce transcendent states. Geometric proportions that align human consciousness with frequency domains beyond ordinary perception. These structures function as consciousness technologies disguised as religious buildings. Modern inhabitants of inherited architectural spaces often report consciousness effects that contemporary buildings cannot replicate. The sense of expanded awareness in certain old buildings, the facilitation of meditative states through environmental frequency, the enhancement of creativity and insight through sustained exposure to specific architectural environments. These effects suggest buildings designed according to principles that understood consciousness as frequency phenomenon shaped by environmental resonance. The systematic destruction or modification of buildings demonstrating consciousness affecting properties suggests recognition of their function by those who sought to limit human awareness. The removal of spires that served as frequency antennas, the alteration of acoustic properties that induced expanded states, the subdivision of spaces whose proportions created consciousness effects. What appears as modernization may represent systematic disabling of architectural consciousness technologies. The implications extend beyond historical architecture to suggest possibilities for conscious design of frequency environments that facilitate human development. If previous civilizations understood how to create buildings that enhanced rather than merely contained human consciousness, recovery of these principles offers potential for architectural evolution that serves human awakening rather than mere physical accommodation. The investigation of knowledge preservation patterns reveals existence of guardian networks that transcend institutional structures, maintaining civilizational memory through methods that operate outside official channels, and according to principles that suggest consciousness itself participates in protecting information until collective readiness allows integration. Throughout history, certain individuals and groups demonstrate access to knowledge that officially shouldn't exist, maintaining information through preservation methods that defy institutional suppression. These guardians appear not through formal appointment but through consciousness resonance that creates natural affinity with specific knowledge domains. The mystery schools of antiquity, the craft guilds that preserved technical knowledge, the oral traditions that maintained cultural memory, all suggesting guardian functions that transcend institutional organization. The selection of guardians appears to operate through frequency matching rather than conscious choice. Individuals find themselves drawn to specific knowledge domains through attraction that transcends rational explanation. The information itself seems to select its guardians, creating synchronicities that bring together preserved knowledge and consciousness capable of maintaining it. This selection process ensures knowledge survival through periods when institutional structures undergo transformation or collapse. Guardian networks demonstrate remarkable coordination despite lacking formal organization. Independent researchers discovering identical suppressed information simultaneously. Separate preservation efforts that complement without planning. Distributed maintenance of knowledge that ensures survival despite localized suppression. The coordination suggests information fields that organize their own preservation through human consciousness, rather than human consciousness organizing information preservation. The protective functions of guardianship extend beyond mere information maintenance to include timing of revelation. Guardians often report strong intuitive sense about when and how preserved knowledge should be shared, suggesting that consciousness operates as regulatory mechanism, preventing premature disclosure that could trigger suppression or misuse. The information protects itself through the consciousness of those who preserve it. The emergence of digital preservation technologies and global communication networks appears to facilitate new forms of guardianship that transcend previous limitations. Distributed preservation that prevents centralized suppression, encryption technologies that protect information while maintaining accessibility, network effects that amplify guardian coordination. Yet the essential principle remains consciousness itself serves as ultimate guardian, determining what knowledge preserves and when it emerges into collective awareness. The pattern of knowledge emergence and concealment throughout history reveals cyclical rhythms that suggest information availability follows natural laws resembling tidal flows rather than random discovery and loss, with specific conditions determining when suppressed truths surface into collective awareness and when they submerge beneath institutional obscurity. Historical analysis reveals consistent patterns in knowledge revelation cycles. Periods of rapid emergence when multiple independent discoveries surface simultaneously, followed by systematic suppression as institutional structures adapt to contain threatening information. The Renaissance emergence of classical knowledge, the 19th century revelation of ancient technologies, the current digital archaeology of suppressed history, all demonstrating cyclical patterns rather than linear progress. The conditions enabling knowledge emergence appear to combine multiple factors operating in harmonic convergence: technological capabilities that reveal previously hidden evidence, consciousness development that allows recognition of significance, institutional weaknesses that reduce suppression effectiveness, and civilizational need that creates attractive force, drawing forth required information. When these factors align, hidden knowledge surfaces with irresistible momentum. Suppression cycles follow equally predictable patterns: initial ridicule that frames emerging knowledge as absurdity, academic dismissal that questions methodology rather than addressing evidence, institutional capture that channels investigation toward acceptable conclusions, and finally historical revision that reframes discoveries within conventional paradigms. The sophistication of suppression mechanisms evolves with each cycle, yet the basic patterns remain consistent. The acceleration of revelation cycles in our current era suggests approach of major phase transition. The compression of time between emergence and suppression, the multiplication of channels through which knowledge surfaces, the increasing difficulty institutions face in maintaining narrative control, all indicating approach of revelation threshold beyond which suppression mechanisms cannot function effectively. The question becomes not whether hidden knowledge will emerge, but how consciousness will integrate what can no longer be concealed. The cyclical nature of revelation suggests that knowledge itself possesses autonomous existence that transcends human institutional control. Information appears when needed, conceals when dangerous, and preserves itself through mechanisms that operate beyond conscious human coordination. Understanding these cycles offers possibility of conscious participation rather than passive reception, of facilitating revelation rather than merely witnessing it. The approach to forbidden knowledge requires preparation that transcends intellectual curiosity, demanding development of consciousness capabilities that allow integration rather than fragmentation when encountering information that challenges fundamental assumptions about reality, history, and human potential. Readiness begins with recognition that current reality frameworks represent not ultimate truth, but functional constructs that enable navigation within specific frequency domains. The flexibility to hold provisional rather than absolute worldviews creates space for new information, without triggering psychological defense mechanisms that maintain comfortable ignorance. This epistemic humility serves as foundation for consciousness expansion that forbidden knowledge demands. Emotional preparation proves equally crucial, as suppressed history often reveals systematic deception, lost capabilities, and missed opportunities that trigger grief, anger, and disorientation. The ability to process these emotions without becoming trapped within them determines whether hidden knowledge liberates or imprisons consciousness. Those unprepared emotionally often retreat into denial or become fixated on conspiracy narratives that prevent deeper understanding. Somatic integration practices allow the body to process frequency shifts that accompany consciousness expansion. Hidden knowledge carries vibrational signatures that create physical effects, sensations of pressure, temperature changes, electromagnetic sensitivity. Traditional practices like meditation, breathwork, and energy cultivation create somatic flexibility that enables integration of new frequencies without overwhelming the nervous system.